Saturday, April 10th, 2021, and the time is 8:00, I'll call it 8:05. Peter, this is the directors of this corporation are all 5 directors of the district. So Peter, roll call.
Sure. Rickard,
Aye, are here.
Epstein,
Present.
Burrow,
Yeah.
Schroeder,
Here.
Dornbrook here.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments on the audience from the audience on this matter that's not on the for anything not on the agenda? Okay, so let's move on to item 4. 4A is review and approve the minutes of July 11th, 2020 meeting, which are located on pages 29 and 30 of our board packet. Any comments on that, or would somebody like to move approval of those minutes?
Yeah, Dornbrook, I move that we approve the minutes of July 11th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Please, a second to that motion.
This is Bob. I'll second it.
Thank you, Bob. All in favor of approving the minutes of July 11th, 2020 meeting? Roll call once again.
Rickard,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, we move on to the election of directors and officers. The officers have been Eric Rickert, President, Peter Dornbrook, Secretary, Eric Christensen, Executive Officer, and Kelly McBride, Chief Financial Officer. And we need to do that election again. And the proposal, I think, is the same slate. Is that right, Eric?
That is correct.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to elect Eric Rickert, President, Peter Dornbrook, Secretary, Eric Christensen, Executive Officer, and Kelly McBride, Chief Financial Officer of this corporation?
Motion to elect.
Thank you, John. Is there a
This
second?
is
to
Bob.
that?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor of that motion? Once again, roll call.
Rickard,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
We move on to 4C, which is a review of the Goodwin Consulting Group's continuing disclosure annual report for tax and enterprise revenue certificates of participation for the fiscal year 2019-2020, located on pages 40 to 48 of our packet. Does anyone have a comment on this review, on the report that's been submitted? Okay, hearing none.
There's one comment, the general comment I'd like to make is, I wish we received these things earlier than the day before the meeting. We had a 200+ page packet that was sent yesterday midday, and I found it, maybe I'm the only one, but I found it a lot of stuff to review in a very short time period.
Yeah, Bertrand, I agree. I know that this was a particularly challenging packet to put together with information coming in. But I think that Eric and I can talk about, when we run into this, how we might send things out in parts and pieces if that's feasible.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that it was a short review time this time around. Appreciate your comment. Okay, if there's no other comment on item 4C, may I hear a motion to accept the Goodwin Consulting Group's continuing disclosure annual report for tax and enterprise revenue certificates of participation for fiscal year 2019-2020. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Dornbrook, so moved.
Thank you, Peter. Second. Is there a second to that?
I second.
Bertrand seconds. Roll call.
Rickard,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, we move on to 5, general discussion. Are there any questions for clarification or items that board members would like to bring up on this matter? Hearing none, then I would like to adjourn this meeting, and the next annual meeting is tentatively scheduled for Saturday, April 9th, 2022. Thank you. Okay, so that's that one. We now move on the board agenda to, on our packet agenda to item 10, which is the annual meeting for the Kirkwood Volunteer Fire Department. I'm going to hand this over to Eric Christensen.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the KVFD 501c3 nonprofit public benefit corporation at 8:10 a.m. Roll call.
Can you, Eric, before the roll call, can you clarify who are the board members?
The directors right now are Eric Rickert, Peter Dornbrook, and Eric Christensen.
Okay, so the roll call is only for those three?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Peter, you're up
Roll call,
again.
Peter.
Okay, Rickert,
Here.
Dornbrook here, and Christensen.
Here. Okay, the first item is 4A, review and approval of minutes of July 11th, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve said minutes?
I would like to move that we approve those minutes.
Dornbrook, I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote. All those in favor, Rickert,
Aye.
Dornbrook,
Aye.
Christensen, aye. Okay, our federal, item 4B, federal and state tax filing obligations. So,
I have a question on this, Eric.
yes,
I see that there's a number of places for, I believe, my signature. Will I be getting copies of this to sign? Or is
yes,
that-
you will.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. We did retain, I will mention, we did retain a firm as recommended by Director, KMPUD Director Epstein, to prepare taxes this year. So since we had such a significant year. So I guess I'll entertain a motion to approve these for signature.
Well, since I'll be signing it, I'll move to approve for signature.
Dornbrook, second that.
Roll call, Peter.
Rickert,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. Christensen,
Aye. Okay, item 4C. Last year we opted to include the monitoring of the KVD finances monthly by the finance board. I think that's worked very well. So I would entertain a motion to continue that practice this year.
I think that's a great idea, given the success of our donations and generosity of our community. I think that's a very good thing to be doing. So I certainly support that. And I would make a motion that we include the monitoring of KVFD finances by KMPUD's finance committee and board for the coming year.
Dornbrook, I'll second that.
Roll call, Peter.
Rickert,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. Christensen,
Aye. Okay, and then item 4D, election of directors and officers for a one-year term. The recommendation is to keep them the same. So I would entertain a motion of that.
Dornbrook, so moved.
And Rickert seconds.
Roll call, Peter. This is fast. You're getting a lot of work out here.
Rickert,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. Christensen,
Aye, that sounds good. And the last of the action items 4E is the conflict of interest policy, the annual renewal. I would entertain a motion to keep the conflict of interest policy as it currently is.
I so move. Rickert so moves.
Dornbrook, second.
Roll call, Peter.
Rickert,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. Christensen,
Aye. I like how fast this meeting's moving. Let this be a lesson to you, President Rickert, for the net as we come out of recess.
I got a lot to learn. A lot to learn from you, Eric.
I might have an easy road to hoe on this one. General discussion. Any members of the board or the public that would like to ask questions or for anything you'd like to do further for the next meeting, which would be April 9th, 2022. Hearing none. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move. Rickard so moves.
Dornbrook, second.
All those in favor?
Rickard, aye.
Yep.
Dornbrook, aye.
Thank you.
Christensen,
Wow.
maybe.
Christensen, I think you got it right, Peter. Go ahead. I'm good.
Actually, I will say aye. Yeah.
So will I. Aye. All right. With
Yeah.
that, I think we'll come out of recess back into
To our regular
a
board
regularly
meeting
scheduled meeting.
for KMPUD. Okay, thank you. It's now 8:15. We come back to this meeting, to the KMPUD meeting. We're now on item 11, items for board action, and we'll move to item 11A. This is the intent to file an application for a USDA Rust loan for grant for the wastewater treatment plant improvements project. Eric, you're up.
I'm scrolling, sir. Give me one moment.
Yep.
Shit, that went too fast. Where did we go? Oh, for crying out loud. All right. As part of the application process with USDA Rural Utility Services, we're required to have a public hearing of the district's intent to file said application with USDA RUS. This was reviewed by finance due to timing issues of when we had to get the public notice in. The finance committee meeting was too fast in March to get it on the in February to get it on the March agenda. So it is on the April agenda. So just to go over a little bit, and it's all contained in the report, but just to give everyone an update of where we are. We're currently working with USDA to satisfy everything that's required on the PER as well as the environmental. We did complete the CEQA, as the board will recall previously. USDA informed us that we have to complete an environmental assessment. We were going to do a categorical exclusion. They disagreed that that was the appropriate document and required us to file an environmental assessment, or will require us to file one. That is the longest lead time because of the spring survey, which will tentatively is scheduled to occur May 19th. If the weather keeps up, I think that's very reasonable that we will have enough snow melt that they can complete said survey. I did reach out to multiple environmental firms, many I've worked with in the past, many people I have personal relationship with, and basically they all told me, we're really busy. Everybody's getting ready with this infrastructure bill. We can get to you midsummer. Obviously that timing did not work for us. So I reached out to Stantec. They have in-house environmental. They gobbled up a couple environmental firms, so they do have some capability there, and they are able to do it. And they anticipate they'll be done with a filing period with everything by July 20th, is the actual date. I didn't have that when I wrote this report, but that is the anticipated date, and it will the contract will be for not to exceed amount of $28,000. Additionally, Kelly and I have been meeting with our primary loan officer with USDA, or who will be our primary loan officer. She's requested some revisions to the PER. There's just some slight tweaks that between the rate study, the audited financials, and the PER, there are some differences that just in nomenclature and where things are allocated. So we've been working with her. I think we're down to the final comments, which we will send back to Stantec. So the PER will then be complete. And then we're just waiting on the NEPA environmental assessment at that point. With that, the other thing I did reach out to USDA or talk with USDA about is there's potential phasing of the project. So it's one project, but we can do it in multiple bid packages. So if everything rolls well, it's our recommendation that we start the design process on some of the indoor projects concurrent with the NEPA process and the application process, so that we can do those indoor components concurrent and be in construction this winter after we have approval or a letter of obligation from USDA. And I think that covers, the highlights. Eric, did I miss anything that you and I had talked about?
No, that covers it. I do have a question, but first I'd like to open it up to the board and public for any questions or comments you might have.
There's no way we can get away with a negative declaration, I assume.
Yes, for NEPA, it's called a categorical exclusion, and no, the USDA has told us they will not accept that.
Peter, a categorical exemption was filed for CEQA. So that was a categorical exemption. But the USDA is requiring this, not a full environmental review, but sort of a focused one.
Yeah, NEPA has 3 tiers ostensibly. I mean, there's some nuances within there, but there is the categorical exclusion, which is what I thought we were going to be able to do because we did a categorical exemption on the secret side. Then there's an environmental assessment, and then there's an environmental impact study, which is the highest level. So we're in the middle level is what they've asked for. So it involves, like I said, it involves a spring survey, flora, fauna, birds and bees, wetlands assessment. So it's a little more involved than simple categorical exclusion. And it mainly comes down to the Blackwater tank, which is in atrocious shape and is critical that we replace that. And I'm sure you will know, Peter, it's
It's
poke
been
your
bad
finger
for a
through
long
that
time.
steel.
Are there any hands up from the public, Eric?
There are none.
Hey, Eric, this is Pat O'Donnell.
Oh, hi, Pat.
Hi, I just have one question. What is the magnitude of the plant renovation? Is it a completely new building? Is it just kind of upgrading what we have?
Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of different things. We're not increasing capacity at all. All we're doing is replacing components. So it's from replacing our entire electrical panel system to our complete SCADA system, PLC system replacement. It's replacing the Blackwater tank. It's installing blowers in the aeration basin that haven't worked since I got here. Things like that. So it's a lot of different, moving parts that it would incorporate. But it's, I
Okay.
think there's
I know
a dozen at least things that are
Okay.
incorporated in the whole project.
And I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but when I walk by that waste treatment plant building, it looks like it's ready to collapse.
There's some
But,
truth to that
you know.
statement.
Okay.
I
It
agree
does
with your
have,
assessment.
Pat, it does have a new roof on it that we funded last year.
Oh, excellent.
So
Thanks.
that actually leads to my question, Eric, if there are no other questions, and that is, what level of funding are we requesting? Is that been determined yet, or will that be determined once we get through our capital plan? Or
We're
what-
requesting the full amount that's in the PER, which I think is about 6.8 million.
Okay, and that's in contrast to what was in the study that was done in 2018 of 3.6, which I don't think included any design fees or inspection fees. I'm not sure what
Correct.
else might not have included. Well, I think we should apply for the amounts that we sort of conservatively think that we're going to need. We don't want to have to go back or whatever. But I do think at some point we'll have to discuss why it's gone up from what's in the study to what we're now applying for. I guess during our budgeting process. Okay, so what's being asked is that here, the Finance Committee recommends approval of what? Of submitting a request for funding? Or
They just
application for funding?
recommended approval of having this public hearing. So all we are doing is having a public hearing where public can offer comments, ask questions about the project, et cetera. So I
Okay.
appreciate Patrick being my one voice asking questions. So we definitely had participation.
Okay. Are there any other questions from anyone or comments?
I think Bertrand,
If-
he's unmuted. So.
Yeah, I heard something as a silent observer at the Finance Committee that basically funding would only occur when the project is completed. So what are the plans to be able to do the project without the funding before?
We will do interim funding through our PFC, which we just had the meeting of. So we will be looking for interim funding through hopefully CFC, of which we're members, which was one of the interim funding sources we had for Out Valley. If not, we'll be reaching out to Bond Council, and I have the names of a few firms recommended by Finance Committee that I'll be reaching out to.
Okay, and I have a name too, Eric.
Oh, great. Thank you.
If you'd like it, and also a possible introduction.
Yes, please.
So what I would like is sort of if possible, the finance committee, Bob, if you could keep an eye on this interim financing and make sure we're moving along at the right pace so that when we want to start the project, let's say optimistically in October or November, we have funding in place to do that. Or maybe we can self-fund for a little while. But anyway, Bob, I'll sort of rely on the finance committee for that advice.
Yes, although it's not straightforward, the timing, right? I mean, the last time we did a bond, that's a 6-month process,
Right, I know
and
that.
we haven't started. So yes, it's on our agenda.
Yeah, so I guess there's some urgency about it, I guess is what I'm suggesting here.
We agree.
Okay, thank you.
And I would add that we do have 5 years to complete the project. So that may relieve some of the urgency, except for what the wastewater plant deems critical in terms of failure of components, which is what I would say.
I think that's been the real concern, at least in the operations committee, right, Peter? I mean, it's that
Correct.
delays it's such an important aspect of our infrastructure and keeping the valley open.
Yeah.
And we've had so much trouble with it in the past year. So that's really the issue is timing. Okay, well, if there's no other comments, I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve of this public hearing as required by the USDA.
I don't think you need a motion, Eric. We just had
Oh,
to hold it. We just had to hold it. Yeah.
Okay. It says finance committee recommends approval. So
Yeah, they just approved bringing this to the board for a public hearing. That's all.
Okay. Okay, so that public hearing is now complete. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to item B, which is finances. And this is February financials, March preliminaries, cash flow, and budget variance tracking. And Kelly, you are up. You may
Morning,
go ahead.
everyone.
All four. Good morning, Kelly.
Okay, so we'll start with the balance sheet on page 158 of your packet. The only thing really to note on the balance sheet is obviously total operating is up from plan by $939,000. And we've discussed obviously in the past few months that this is due to savings in operating expenses as well as timing of capital projects. Are there any questions on the balance sheet?
This looks very healthy.
Which is a good thing because we have some stuff coming up, I believe, in the next few months. So
You keep saying that. You keep saying that, Kelly.
I do,
Yes.
but I believe it's going to happen at some
All right.
point.
Okay.
So we'll move on then to the revenue account by fund. You'll notice that water is in the negative as well as employee housing and solid waste, which we expected for those to be in the negative, and so it's not something that we weren't expecting, especially with the increases in solid waste in our dumping fees that have come through. So any questions on revenue account by fund?
My only question is that snow removal is very, very positive. Is that a temporary thing or?
It is, because once we get through where we're like, this is because we've received all of our contract funds, but we're going to still keep posting obviously G&A expenses and other expenses through the rest of the year. So we definitely expect that to go negative by the end of the year. Hopefully not very negative, but yeah, it's mainly just because we're only through February and we've received all of our contract revenue cash at this point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Kelly, this is Pat again. Why are there so many zeros under budget for February 21?
Because in our accounting system, I only post the budget to one line, because this is like a drill down on our actual balance sheet. If you go back to page 158 in the packet, you can see that total operating line, the budget number is there, and the revenue account by fund is just a drill down on that number. And so when I'm entering the budget into PCS, I don't enter it fund by fund by fund. I just do it in a one line.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions on revenue account by fund? Okay. Moving on then to our combined income statement for February. Operating revenues for February were up by $38,000. Year to date, we are down from plan by $186,000. And you can see most of that comes from the commercial revenues, which we were expecting this year, but still, even with that, total operating is actually up from plan by $400,000, considering the savings and cost of goods sold and what we've been saving in operating expenses and so forth. Moving on then to water on page 165 of your packet. Operating revenues were up from plan by $5,200. Year to date, they are down from plan by about $5,000. But total operating for water year to date is up from plan by $65,000, which is good to see.
Have we ever been positive in February on water?
You know, I don't think so, Eric. I think you're calling that as
Unusual.
a new thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely unusual. But
Great.
good to see. I'm happy about it.
Great.
Moving on to wastewater on page 166. Operating revenues were up from plan by $11,000. Year to date, they are down from plan by $68,000. But if we take into account the error that was made in base rates, we would actually be up from plan in revenues. Year to date, total operating is up from plan by $216,000, which for wastewater, I am ecstatic about. Only being in the negative by 17.7 is a good thing too. Just like water, it's unusual to see it that way, and that just takes into account the why we made the changes in our rate study and our rates, and it's actually, you can see it coming to fruition. So
Hey, Kelly, do you think this is just going to be a one-off because of the pandemic and more people are living here?
you know, I hope not. I hope it's not a one-off.
Okay.
You never know what's going to happen, but I really feel like we definitely have more people that are staying here year round. So I definitely think, like we said, the residential revenue is definitely going to be a higher percentage of the total revenue. So we're still in budgeting. Obviously, we're still going through we're using the 5-year average, but as I've said, we are tweaking a little bit the percentage between commercial and residential revenue just to get the budget numbers to look a little bit more consistent. But I really hope that it continues with our rate study and all of those things. I hope that it continues to do what it's supposed to do.
I think that with
Okay.
water and wastewater in particular, and propane too, probably, is with the closure of the restaurants. With them opening up again, right?
Right.
Any decline in residential could be made up by the increases
Yeah.
in those aspects of the commercial.
Yeah, good point.
Okay.
I think the other thing, Patrick, I would add in is we've met and talked with new owners who intend to be here on a more permanent basis. So there's going to be a little bit of that, but we've averaged it out. So we're not expecting it to look like this going forward in terms of residential, but we do expect the restaurants to come back. And so it'll be a slight increase, but we're not planning on a big change.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
I'd like to make a comment there. I still believe that Kirkwood after the pandemic will not be the same than Kirkwood before the pandemic. And I believe we will still see high variance from budget the coming year because of that. And as I said earlier, I thought we should have waited the last year, but since we have not, I think the budget is still going to be off compared to the actual next year.
Bertrand, I just want to ask you a question about that. I mean, where the expenses are very conservative, if the revenues are higher than budget, that's only to the good. Are you concerned?
As I say, it's okay. We can. I mean, I'm not raising a stink here because yes, it's better to be conservative, and
Okay.
but I think we will be doing better than budget next year, the coming year.
Okay, we'll buy you a beer when that happens because it could happen.
No, wine.
Wine, I'm
gonna
sorry.
say, He wants a bottle of wine. He doesn't want a beer.
Je m'excuse. Bon Dieu. Oh.
Okay. Go ahead, Kelly. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great. Moving on to electric on page 168 of your packet. Operating revenues for electric were up from plan by $26,000 for the month of February. Year to date, we are down from plan by $5,500, which, considering, like we've said, the restaurants being closed, I think we've really done pretty good there. Total operating for electric is up from plan by $109,000. Moving on to propane. Oh, you know what? Actually, moving on to snow removal on page 170. I just want to make a note that the overage in salaries and wages, you can see, has come down. And in February, you can see compared to budget, salaries and wages and benefits were down by almost $12,000. Or a little over $12,000. So that's helping to bring down that overage in salaries and wages and benefits. So
Yeah, and that was due to some preemptive layoffs and
exactly.
deferring staff when there wasn't snow. So at this point, all our seasonals have been laid off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on to propane on page 171. Operating revenues were down by $6,700. Year to date, they are down by $120,000, almost $121,000. But total operating for propane is actually up from plan by $9,100. And then finally, solid waste on page 172. Operating revenues obviously are in budget, but we're just down by $68. Year to date, just over plan by $395. But again, you can see that operations and maintenance, we are definitely over budget by almost $39,000, which is why total operating is down from plan by almost $44,000. And as we discussed, it just has to do with the amount of tips that were unexpected due to all of the new residents here. But this is all being accounted for in next year's budget and along with the new rates and so forth. So any other questions on income statements? Okay, we'll move on then to the income statement comparison on page 174. And again, I just like to point out the difference between commercial and residential revenues from year to year. I mean, it's such a huge change between residential. I mean, $262,000 is a big jump for residential revenues. And like Bertrand said, it's, you know, we've got more people living in the Valley full time. And I really feel like they're going to be staying in the Valley full time going forward. So we are definitely making adjustments in the budget for that. Any questions on comparison? Okay, we'll move on then to March preliminary. Obviously, these are actual revenue numbers. So operating revenues for March were up by $21,000. Year to date, we are down by $165,000. So a really good March for the Valley, I would suggest.
Very good.
Okay. Moving on to cash flow on page 176. Through March, total operating cash was at almost 3.1 million, which is up from plan by 864,000. And as I stated previously, this has a lot to do with the timing of our capital expenses. You can see I just straight lined capital expenses through the whole year, and obviously that we've got stuff coming through for summer, and I really feel like this is going to we'll still be above budget, but I really feel like it'll not be so far above, but still above budget.
Well, probably by the end of this fiscal year, we'll still be quite a bit above, right, Kelly? 'Cause
Yeah,
not that
yeah,
much is going to
definitely.
happen
Well,
by June.
right, but
Some will.
yeah, I totally agree with you.
It'll show up next
Hey.
year when we do get busy.
Exactly.
Capital projects.
Hey, Kelly, this is Pat. Just a quick question, and it's back to Eric's point in earlier. Do you think now, based on how we're doing, we'll be able to start funding the wastewater plant treatment upgrades out of just our own cash?
No, the rate study included a loan for those capital projects, and that's how the rates were based off having that loan.
Right.
The loan was for over 30 years at 3%, and we're going to be better than that. So we may have some options.
But
we do.
But that doesn't really answer the question, I don't think.
Well,
Right.
definitely
I just thought-
wastewater won't be able to fund their projects. And because this is the cash flow
I
is
see.
a totally combined thing,
Oh.
wastewater can't
You
afford
can't commingle?
No,
We-
like
Oh,
we
okay.
had and we used to, and we're not supposed to, and we're not doing that anymore. And so definitely wastewater won't be able to fund its projects
I see.
with
Okay.
just cash.
All right. So they're hamstrung, yeah.
Yep. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Well, I do have a question. Well, maybe that's a budgeting question when we get to it, but you know, Eric and I looked into this a little bit, and with Dick Shanahan, and as long as the funds, like going into electric, for example, are not from rates, but for example, from property taxes, that money can be moved around as we deem fit. So cumulatively, I don't know how much has been put into electric in order to satisfy the tier ratios each year, but there may be a reserve there sitting there that we could move around. But that's not for discussion now, but I just wanted to point it out.
And we'll talk about that.
If we have to, you know, if we don't get that interim funding in time, but we really want to start, let's say, the electric portion of the project, we may be able to do, maybe, I don't know.
With the new rate structure that we're talking about for electric, we're hoping that will free up more of property tax revenue to be allocated to wastewater. And you know, in our funding discussions with our loan officer, you know, we've definitely promised some property tax revenue to wastewater. So, but with the new, again, with the new rate structure we're discussing in electric, we're hoping that is going to free up more property tax revenue for other funds.
Thank you. Any
other questions on the cash flow? Great. Moving on to budget variances, nothing new was added to budget variances through February, just the totals for solid waste and dumping and salaries and wages. Obviously, those have been updated through February. And again, snow removal salaries and wages actually went down. Last month it was at 34,000 and now we're down to 21 with, with the savings that we had in February, and we're hoping that will continue through the end of the year.
Okay, any further comments or questions for Kelly on these financials? If not, then I guess we can move on to our budget assumptions.
Okay, and it looks like I did do a budget assumptions with the changes, track changes in there, but it doesn't look like that made it into the packet, unfortunately. Sorry about that. It was requested in the finance committee that we do the track changes version. So I do have one, and I'll be happy to get those sent out to you for just for review, but I don't know if you would like me to go through page by page like we did in the finance committee.
Well, why don't you and Bob and John let us know what concerns were raised or questions were raised?
I think we can do it page by page and just identify what we discussed and
Okay.
the directions we decided.
Okay.
Great.
Or recommend rather, not decided.
Okay, so really there's no changes besides the years, obviously, in the assumptions for number one, obviously just states what our government funds and enterprise funds are. There's no changes really to the number two G&A department. The table that shows the allocation amounts for the G&A expenses. This is what we have currently, and we are going to review those percentages to make sure that they're in line with actually how the G&A fund needs to be allocated. Specifically, snow removal and solid waste, they are not eligible to receive any property tax revenues. So we're definitely going to be looking to make sure that those percentages are correct, and I definitely foresee a change in those for the actual budget. But as of right now, these are the percentages that we have for.
Okay.
Now, on this,
Before we leave, I'm sorry, before we leave this page, I just wanted to ask Eric, we had discussions about making solid waste a mandatory fund, and that would change that assumption. So can you just update us on the current thinking?
Yes, we will still be pursuing that. But that, as the board directed, has taken a back seat to electric, which we've been working on. So that will be forthcoming. We do have some draft language on making that a mandatory service and thus eligible to receive property taxes.
Okay.
the only comment I have is I'm glad that these aren't final or proposed to be final, because one thing, I mean, the snow removal in particular, I think is somewhat tied up with decisions we'll be making, not this month, but maybe next month, on snow removal allocations, including to the KMPUD allocation, which I assume would change some of these percentages. So,
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question on the employee housing. So currently it's 0%. So there is actually zero management of the building, or I mean, I'm surprised that there is actually no G&A at all allocated to employee housing.
It's because when somebody works in employee housing, Bertrand, they actually post their time there. So there's not a need for a G&A allocation to employee housing, because last year we decided that because employee housing was essentially a G&A a G&A fund, because we have to do it and the fact that when somebody is working in employee housing or doing maintaining of the building and things like that, they actually post their hours. There wasn't a need for there to be additional posting from GNA to employee housing.
Okay. So there is a mechanism, it's just not captured there. Okay.
Right, exactly. Any other questions on GNA allocations? Okay, we'll move on then to units sold. Obviously, the only real change here, because we decided we were going to stick with our 5-year average, just the years were changed. Obviously, from fiscal year 2017 through 2021 is the average that we're using. So no real changes there. Since we just
Kelly, I've been told, I don't have any hard evidence of it myself, but I've been told that there is some movement now for some new development.
Yeah, that'll be a number 4, Eric.
Mhm.
That's where she was about to get to.
Okay, but wouldn't that mean that maybe not in 2022, but maybe in 2023, 2024, we might be able to predict some increase in sales?
Yeah, not this budget assumption, but the next one, yes. 'Cause
Right.
probably be occupied by the following fiscal year.
The one that says no increases anticipated need to be adjusted.
It is, and like I said, unfortunately, my changes for some reason didn't make it in here, and so for number 4, there is a 1% increase anticipated in equivalent dwelling units for
But
fiscal year.
how does
20
that, I don't quite understand. Number 3 is the units sold. So if a new house is built and they consume electricity and water and et cetera,
Mhm.
isn't that a growth?
Well, yeah,
in
but
units sold?
because we use an average, it would be considered in the average.
Oh,
Um,
Well, I know, I realize
Right.
that, but you're
They will
saying
be
that,
occupied, but I mean, if they get built, they won't, I mean, you know how construction here, it's never a 1-season thing, so.
well, no,
it-
but this goes out to,
connection fees
this
and
goes
new
out to,
EDUs will be created,
yeah,
but no
it
new
just goes out to 2026. Okay. I mean, I just think I knew it wouldn't be in 2022 or maybe even 2023, but since this goes out to 2026, that's what I was really referring to. I mean, this is going to be hopefully very conservative then.
Yes. And honestly, it's not like they're building, a city. There's
Really?
some new construction,
Oh, I thought
but
we might hit build
yeah.
out next year.
There's some new construction happening, with some multifamily units, but I honestly don't think it's going to make that big of an impact on units sold. It will definitely make an impact on number 4, equivalent dwelling units, but as far as units sold, I don't think it's going to make a huge impact until maybe the development across the highway comes in. Then we'll see a big impact in units sold. But a couple of single family homes and a couple of multi-family units aren't going to make that big of an impact on units sold.
Okay.
Just personally.
I mean, Eric, I think what we'd really want to do is when we actually see construction and can anticipate it, put in specific numbers and not just percentages.
Exactly.
But when I look at units sold, I mean, a new house is about 2,500 kilowatt hours a year compared to 6.8 million. So you don't really see it there. If the board moves forward with the proposed rate change, you would see it mostly in the EDU, in the base rate. And that's why I think tracking EDUs is a better indicator of what's happening.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Bob, what does a 1% equate to in terms of number of units? Is it like 5 or something?
It would be 1% of 6.8 million. So
Well,
68,000.
no, in
Oh, that's
terms
just
of,
electric. He's talking EDU.
Oh,
It'd be about
Oh.
70.
70. Oh, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, it probably should be more like 0.5% or 1/4%, because we're going to get about 16 this, but then you also have to think about if the north side goes, and the north side would change everything.
but I think another way to look at it, Pat, is I think we have, I mean, roughly what, 650 or 700 residential units of all kinds, something like that.
Okay.
So 1% would be 7. So
Okay.
if 7 are built, that's a 1% increase.
Okay. That's what I was thinking, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Which is conservative, I think.
Well, we have thought we've been conservative in the past.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We thought we were conservative when we thought that by now our electric sales would be like 8 million
Yeah, we thought it'd be 8 million by now, but
kilowatt
then
hours,
there,
and we're now at
then,
6.3.
but then there was the banking crisis in 2008.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we already have the foundation set over at Timber Creek and then over at Expedition Kirkwood, right?
Yeah,
Right.
you bet. You bet. We're halfway there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay, great. For rates, obviously, electric is to be determined. It's a part of this board agenda. So I elected not to put anything in there until we know what we're doing. Propane rates are projected to grow by 3% based on a CPI increase. Water, irrigation, and wastewater are all based on our adopted rate study and rate plan that was adopted last year. So we're looking at 9% through fiscal year 2025 in water and wastewater. And so no real changes there, just what we had adopted from last year. Solid waste base rates are budgeted to increase 3% per year based on the new rates that were adopted in February. And you all saw on your March statement, solid waste, the new increase in solid waste rates. Snow removal, obviously to be determined. And then fire department, we're still going to continue to route all of our special event revenue through the 501c3. And any equipment purchased will show through as contribution revenues from the 501c3 in the fire department. Property tax revenues, there's
I'd like a quick question. For snow removal, do we have a timetable on when do we think we will have current year numbers and to see how they will impact the budget?
Yeah, once season closes out May 15th, I can start.
You say May 15th?
That's when our obligation ends on the contracts.
Okay.
And
Which is
Bertrand,
for the last 4 years and decades before that. So,
Bertrand, I'd like to return to your question and discussion because I've got a question too, but we can do that once we're down to the snow removal item.
Okay.
okay. Property tax revenues, obviously, we've discussed that, and there's no changes to how we are going to be allocating property tax revenues. We just hope that with a new rate structure in electric that we won't have as much property tax revenue to be allocated to electric to cover our tier ratios. But there's no change in how they will be allocated. We just hope that there won't have to be as much allocated to electric as has been in the past. Salaries and wages, there's really no changes there. Obviously, we anticipate a 3% in merit increases, and then obviously performance reviews and bonuses are still the same as they were last year. Operating expenses, I don't really, I need to get some more information from our managers. Brandy has advised me of a new expense for tree falling and chipping in the electric department down our overhead line, and renewable energy credits. I'm just waiting to get the numbers specifically on those. And we talked a little bit about renewable energy credits in the finance committee meeting. I don't know if Bob, you want to add anything to that?
No, we would expect them to be similar. They're $12 per megawatt hour.
Great. Okay, balance sheet, there's really no changes except for the cushion of credit has been depleted to 0 in March to facilitate the payoff of our first loan payoff, our B87 loan. So there is the cushion of credit account is now at 0, and we won't have that anymore. But I think we made a good decision to actually finally pay off one of our loans using it. So.
And the other thing we mentioned is the COP
Oh.
loans are just, there's only 2 years left on the 10-year loans, so those will roll
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, and getting further down here to number 10, obviously our Russ loans. I noted that the numbers that are here are actual payoff numbers. These do not assume that we are going to be rolling over anything. Obviously, we can choose to do that if we don't have the cash available, but these would be the actual numbers if we were going to pay off loans as they come due without rolling over. So that's the really the biggest change here. In past budgets, we had assumed we were going to be rolling over loans, but with our new rate structure, we're hoping that we don't have to do that, or at least not not every loan. There may be some that we definitely have to because we just don't have the cash available, but I wanted everybody to see what it would be if we didn't roll over any of those loans. And again, as Bob said, COP loan, you can see 2024 April, it's actually April 1st, 2023 is when they actually get paid off, but it's in fiscal year 24. So. And then the Bank of the West loan, obviously that is getting paid off in 2023. So happy to be finally getting that paid off. And we also have a line of credit of $400,000, but we have not used that since we had the line of credit established. We haven't had to use it, which is a good thing, but it is there if we need to. And capital plan, we are working on that currently. So that is again to be determined. And that is all I have on budget assumptions.
Okay. Hey, Kelly. So this assumes from a macro view that there will be no change over the next 5 years with our relationship with Vail.
What do you mean our relationship with Vail?
Well, I mean, what happens if Vail decides they're ending, they're not going to operate Kirkwood anymore, or?
Yes, you're correct. Then this assumes that there will be no changes with our relationship with Vail. Correct.
Okay.
The only thing I would predict, oh, never mind. I'll skip it. Skip it.
Oh, come on.
No, skip it. I don't want to.
Don't tease us, Eric.
Our
No,
imagination is probably worse than what you were going to say.
Oh yeah.
yeah, good. That was the intention. Okay.
Devious, Eric, devious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is great. Okay, let's move on to our performance reporting and aquifer levels.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, hey, Brandy.
Hi. So on performance reporting here for the month of March, you can see our electric production was, excuse me, I think it's the right page, was a little higher than our budgeted metered. Excuse me, our production was higher, but our metered was lower. We ended the month of March with a 10% unidentified system loss in electric. And that brings us to 11% for the year.
Brandy, I don't know if you know right off the top of your head, but April, May, June, roughly, would they mirror like what our September sales are? Something like that, something like 300,000. I'm just trying to guess where we're going to end up.
Yes, I actually have that here. We have, let me take a look at that, Eric. I'll get right back to you on that.
Okay, thanks.
It looks like April is generally mid 600,000 kilowatt hours.
This is of actual metered, is not
Yes,
production.
about 600,000 for April, and then we drop down to September levels to 300,000 or so for the remaining months of the fiscal year.
So we could, the sales could reach about 6.7 then maybe, if we're
Yes.
consistent with that. Okay. That would be great.
Okay. If we take a look at propane, for March, we had a negative loss month, which is not unusual for this time of year because we have warmer temperatures here in the valley, which leads to expansion of propane in the tanks. Our year to date for propane is -3. I expect that to be about 0 at the end of the year. And then if we go over to water, for the month of March, we had 1.7 million gallons produced from our wells. We sold 1.4 million gallons, so a loss, an unidentified loss of 7%, bringing us to 12% year to date. And then I did have a note on wastewater. You can see I'd put some stars in here, July through February. Kelly pointed out to me that I had not been including the new category of high strength wastewater, which is basically restaurants. So I added that back into the previous months, which dropped our unmetered totals to about 2% overall. So that's what that note is. It'll be in there going forward. And if you take a look at March for wastewater, you can see that we've started to see some I&I. So March through July is usually I&I season. You see it jump up here to 22%. This is significantly lower than in years past. And then one note on aquifer levels. The aquifer level for well 4 and well 2 are both up for the month of March as compared to previous months.
Yeah, no, that's good to see. Eric, by the way, did I mistake the agenda items as budget assumptions? Did you intend that we look at the spreadsheets that were also in the packet?
No, those are just there with the first swag.
Okay, but not necessary for discussion at this point.
No, we can go back if you'd like, but it wasn't.
No, not. I guess my only question on it at all, and it was, but I know this happens every year, and that is that the predicted year end for this year is always refined as we go ahead over the subsequent months, right?
Yeah,
so, yeah, that was my
exactly. Over the next, what are we looking at? The next 2 months, it'll be refined.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess I can open this up. I mean, going back to the items C of budget assumptions, were there any questions that anybody wanted to address? I mean, I think this is just the math that comes out of the assumptions that we did review and the averages. And with all this will be refined in coming months. But does anybody have questions or comments on the spreadsheets that were included? Okay, thank you. Okay, Brandy, thank you. Eric, I know that I don't know if Severn Bornstein is in yet. I know we've gone faster than we had anticipated.
Yeah, we've gone significantly faster than anticipated. I credit it to the chair of the KVFD corporate nonprofit public benefit.
I do too. Well, I've learned a lot from him.
So what we could consider, and bear with me, I'm on page 197. What we could consider is bringing something short and non-controversial to the fore, such as OGALs.
Yeah, so we've got about we should probably
40. We've got about 40 minutes.
So why don't we tackle OGALs if that's okay with everybody, and then take a short break before we go into the electric. Okay, if that's okay with everybody, let's go on to the discussion about OGALs. And this is discussion, if you may remember, our ad hoc committee made a very nice report last month. And there were three top-rated proposals. One was a bridge across the creek in the meadow. One was a picnic area near on PUD land, and the third was a portable movie screen and sound system, projector, and so on for community viewing. I think people were leaning towards the bridge possibly, but there was a big question, and that was whether or not Vail would be willing to provide the necessary lease as required by the OGAL's requirements in a timely way. So I know Eric has had conversations with Matt about that. So
I've had a couple emails. I was promised an answer by Tuesday. It's Saturday. They did raise, so they forwarded on the comments or the draft bullet points that are required in the OGAL's agreement to their corporate counsel. They came back with quite a few questions, liability questions, indemnification questions, conservation easement land trust questions, permitting process questions, CEQA questions. At this point, my optimism that I had last meeting is gone, and I concur with what the board said last meeting now, and we should just bypass that project. Unfortunately, I really had some hopes, but unfortunately, I don't see that we can do it.
Peter, would you be interested in your thoughts?
Well, there was a lot of support for I think the projector and the inflatable screen. I think there was a lot of enthusiasm for that. And it's a very flexible project in that, it can be set up in a bunch of different areas. So we're not really restricting ourselves as much as some of the other projects. The picnic area is also, there was a lot of support for that. So I think we have enough money to fund those two and not minus the bridge project. Is that right, Eric? Eric with a K?
Correct. We will not utilize our full grant amount, but so we will, we have a match, of course, but we have money to do both of those projects quite easily. And we could even get a little more extravagant, buy a slightly better sound system and projector and things like that, since we won't be doing if we don't do the bridge.
And I think those projects would be assets, considering we have an increased full-time population here. And so I would propose that maybe we agendize this for the next board meeting for approval to go ahead with those projects. Is that appropriate?
I think we can do it this meeting, Peter.
We can do it this meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can just make a motion if you like.
Yeah, I would move that we go ahead with those two projects. You want me to specify anymore?
Yeah, I'd second that. I think they're a great idea.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or any comments from the public, from the audience on this?
There's a question from the board.
Would that be Bob Epstein?
That would be me. Can you just be specific about how much we would be spending ourselves and then how much would come from the state funding?
I'd have to go back to the prior staff report, but we have to do a 20% match. I recall that the projector, Peter, correct me, I want to say it was around, I think the middle option was around 30,000. I think the premier option was around 40,000. That included the soundboard, the projector, and the inflatable screen, depending on which size we do it. And then the picnic tables, I think that was a sub 15,000. And then of course, so let's just say for giggles, it's a total of 60,000. We'd have to match, 20% of that, or 12,000 out of property tax.
Okay.
Do you want to put a limit of expenditure in the motion?
No, I just wanted to know approximately what we'd be spending before voting.
And
it's totally reasonable.
Financial committee would be comfortable with that.
I'd be comfortable.
Okay. Okay. So,
I just want to say that I saw the list of, Matt Jones had asked what kinds of permitting, et cetera, would be required, what regulatory agencies would be involved. And I saw the response from Eric to Matt, and it was just like overwhelming for something that, you visualize, right? A couple planks going across the water, and that's not what this is. So I support the motion for sure, Peter. Thank you for making it.
great.
Okay, is there any other comment from anyone? Okay, maybe let's have a roll call. Or do we have
All
a
right.
second? We have a second from John. Okay, roll call.
Rickard,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Perot. Bertrand, are you there? Is he muted?
Aye.
There we
Oh,
go.
okay. Schroeder,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. It's unanimous.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So as we go through this process, we'll be preparing, getting scopes and fees. I imagine since this is a capital investment, it'll kick over to operations.
Okay. Great.
Sounds good. Okay, well, I guess, what should we do? Is Severin, I assume, is not on yet?
No, I sent him an email to see if he could start earlier, but I haven't heard back.
Okay.
We could start into Sturmul and pause that. I think.
Okay, well, what I'd like to do is go for about 20 minutes and then take a 10-minute break before we get into some longer scope items. So shall we go to item G then for 20 minutes? Eric?
Yeah, that was my suggestion. I agree. We could also skip over to general manager reports, operation
You know
report.
something? Why don't we do that? Well, why don't we go to the general manager's report
Sure.
and the operations report if we have time? I don't want to shortchange any one of these remaining topics.
Yeah, no, heard. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot to bloviate on. It's going to be a short, but Rick will pick up the slack. I can see him grimacing already. Just continued on with the Aqua subcommittees, of which I'm a part, which had to do with the legislative committee as well as the CARB fleet rule committee. The CARB fleet rules continues forward. The CARB staff will be having yet another meeting on that, and they're supposed to have in 2 weeks when the meeting comes, they're supposed to have the draft regulations with the exclusions. So we'll be looking at that with great interest. As I mentioned last time, the projections just for CMUA members alone was 300,000 electric vehicles, and these are specialty vehicles. They aren't manufactured yet. They don't exist yet. And there would be 150,000 vehicle demand in 2025 and another 150 in 2027 under the current proposed regulations for specialty vehicles, which are your heavy fleet trucks, trucks with cranes mounted on them, valve exercising trucks, et cetera. So basically everything that municipal utilities use. So I'm continuing to track that with great interest. The Aqua Region 3 board met again, and we have 2 new members, one from El Dorado County Water Agency. See how I'm drawing this out, Eric, for you?
Very nice.
Yeah, see, I do it. I can bloviate on the cuff. From El Dorado County Water Agency, as well as PCWA. So we have a good broad representation across the foothills in Region 3. I will be attending the spring virtual conference for Aqua as well. Tommy and myself and Brandy will be attending a Prop 26 rate training, which is offered through CSDA next week. And the CMUA conference is also coming up, virtual conference again, and I will be attending that and will be presenting on one of the subcommittees of the uniqueness of working at 8,000 feet. So that will be fun. And with that, I think that's about all I had.
Okay. Any questions of Eric that anyone would like to bring up? Seeing none. Rick, operations report.
Well, it's that time of year where operations is preparing for summer projects and activities. So Brandy's soliciting from the managers projects that weren't completed last year that were under the capital budget, as well as future projects, including chipping for Out Valley, which could fall on our shoulders. I was talking to Brandy this morning, and if we're unable to secure an outside contractor to do the chipping on the Out Valley line, then staff might end up having to do it.
Wow.
So, but again, it's that time of year where we're waiting for the snow to melt out and to get going on some major large projects this year. For example, propane field inspections, hydrant repairs, and flow testing are some of the highlights that I want to see get done. And then I'm also pleased to announce that our new employees, Dave Post, who's replaced Tom in the vehicle maintenance shop, he's settling in quite nicely. And he's getting adjusted with changing from just a normal operator to actually running the show over there. And glad to have him on board. And then Chris at the wastewater treatment plant, very enthusiastic, great attitude, and it is well on his way with the OIT becoming an operator. Finally, for fire department, we have a good crew right now. We have 12 members that are really active, and I appreciate that for our on-call schedule. And we've been working with Alpine County to try to improve the location of the repeater for Alpine County from the Melissa Corey Peak to the top of Chair 10. We're waiting for the vendor now to secure the licensing agreements to put that repeater up there. But we use that as the primary for Alpine County. And then secondarily, I'm trying to get an Amador repeater for the Amador Fire Protection District on top of Chair 10 as well. So if we can get those two things in place before what I think will be a very busy wildfire season, it'll be a great asset for the community. And that concludes my operations report, unless there's any questions from the board.
So Rick, in past years, what I was always used to hearing was how many things are breaking down. We're breaking down. The wastewater treatment plant, snow removal equipment, and so on. Have we been more fortunate this year, or is it just that I haven't been hearing about those things?
They've just been blips. We've been able to respond to them quicker, such that they aren't significant, worth reporting.
Oh, that's great.
It is good.
Yeah, that's excellent.
We just haven't had the catastrophic failures that we have to alert you about. For example, Tesco Controls was up here yesterday doing some troubleshooting for us and was able to repair a few things. So we've been blessed.
Well, isn't the fiber optic line supposed to break by now?
Usually we reported that out.
If it breaks in the next 2 weeks, you know who I'm blaming, right?
The weather?
No, you jinxed us. But it's bad luck to be superstitious. So.
Okay, well, thank you, Rick. So what I'm going to suggest is we take an 8-minute break till 9:30. Hopefully Severin will come on. If not, we'll decide which thing to tackle. Maybe we can start some aspect of the electric rate policy before he comes on, but hopefully he can come on a little early.
And we could always do committee reports. Those tend to be quick.
Yeah, Eric. I just wanted to, a lot of what we'll cover in the next, I think we're in committee. So, but if necessary, we could do that. So let's take a break until 9:30. Everybody come back promptly at 9:30, please.
His current research is highly related to today's conversation. He researches the economics of renewable energy, economic policies for reducing greenhouse gases, and alternative models of retail electric pricing. Also, in 2019, he was appointed to the Cal ISO Board of Operators. I first heard about Severin in 2002. I was meeting with then Assemblymember Joe Canciamelli, and he said, if you want to know anything about what happens in energy, this is the person you should talk to. At the time, he was advising the governor's office on how to manage Enron and a few other players in the in the energy sector at that time. So I counted a lot on his research in helping to design and advocate for the Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006, as well as others. Much to my surprise, a couple of months ago, I asked Severin whether he'd be willing to just look at what we were thinking of doing here. And he took a look and he said, have you thought about using the avoided cost model for doing rates and various advantages? And it really changed my thinking quite a bit. So I've invited him here today to talk a little bit about the overall direction he sees happening, and during our discussion be available to answer some specific questions for the board or the audience. So Severin, thank you so much for helping out the second smallest utility in the state of California, but we think the one that's the most progressive.
Thanks, Bob. I didn't realize it was the second smallest. I've been telling people it's the smallest.
No, that's the town of Big, California.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me. As Bob said, I do a lot of work on electricity rate design. And in fact, when Bob contacted me a couple months ago, it was right as we were finishing up work on a report that we put out in February, looking at retail rate design for the big investor-owned utilities in California. And the problems that they face are very similar to the problems that I'm not sure how you refer to it, KMPUD, or is there a shorter version?
The district.
The district faces. In that the retail rates are very high, volumetric rates are very high relative to the actual cost imposed when people consume additional electricity. And if we want people to electrify, which is almost certainly going to be the primary road to decarbonization, how do we make that a more attractive option, while at the same time still covering costs? And Bob came to me and showed me the situation the district was in, and it just was a magnification of the problems that the big investor-owned utilities face right now. So I volunteered to talk it through with him and think about alternative ways of dealing with this. The problem's pretty clear. The district faces costs that on average amount to about 70 cents a kilowatt hour, but the actual incremental cost of consuming additional electricity is far, far lower. And in fact, I would argue it's even lower than the avoided cost number that you've been talking about, because it's likely the case that some of these operations and maintenance costs are really not scalable with output. So if each of you used 5% more electricity, I doubt operations and maintenance costs would go up 5%. Or conversely, if you went down, they wouldn't go down that much. But let's take that as the avoided cost number. It doesn't include all of the external impacts on the environment, but it includes most of them probably. There's probably some cost of greenhouse gases that go beyond the REC purchase cost. So those probably about balance out. And I would say that 13, 14 cents a kilowatt hour is probably a reasonable number to be thinking about. What is the full cost to society, including those greenhouse gases, when you use a bit more electricity? Now, economists view that as a very attractive idea to base prices on, because we want to give people the right incentives to consume electricity when they value it more than the cost they're imposing on society. And that's sort of the fundamental concept of market economies, that prices send signals about the costs that your consumption is imposing on society. But if you do that, in this case, you end up with a pretty big revenue shortfall. And so Bob and I talked about, well, how do you collect the rest of that in a way that isn't going to discourage electrification, not just for the houses, but also for vehicles, because we're facing a real need to reduce use of hydrocarbons and fossil fuels. And we're not going to get there if we charge people 30 or 70 cents a kilowatt hour. So that's the justification, I think, and I think it's a very strong one for moving volumetric prices to something that reflects the true avoided cost. Now, let me address one concern that comes up often when I talk about that, which is, won't that discourage energy efficiency? And the answer is, to some extent, yes. If you charge people 70 cents a kilowatt hour, they're really going to go out of their way not to use electricity. But some of that is going to be by burning more propane, by burning more wood, by using other fuels. And some of it's just going to be by being uncomfortable, even though the true cost you would be imposing by making yourself more comfortable or being inconvenienced would not be that high. So I think that you certainly encourage more energy efficiency when you charge extremely high rates, but there's a lot of energy efficiency, even at 13 or 14 cents a kilowatt hour, particularly things like lighting, that still makes a lot of sense. I'll just talk briefly about the revenue recovery, and then I'm happy to engage in a conversation. Charging the avoided cost would leave a pretty big revenue shortfall. And so Bob and I talked at a lot of length about how to go about doing that, recovering that money. And there's a real balance here. On the one hand, well, of three different components. One, you would like to do it in a way that isn't causing perverse incentives, that isn't causing people to take actions that they wouldn't otherwise take, just to avoid paying some of those, I'm going to call them fixed costs, because most of them are. So you don't want to give people perverse incentives to not install a new electric heat or something of that sort. On the other hand, you want to recover the money in a way that is generally viewed as equitable. And then there's this third component, which is, from a sort of community point of view, it's likely to be more acceptable if people generally aren't seeing big changes in their bills. So a sort of a status quo value, so that whatever people were doing under the old system, there aren't people who see big changes up or down. And so balancing those three is very, very difficult. I would argue that in many ways, the simplest solution would be just a fixed charge per household, where everybody pays a monthly fee, regardless of how much electricity they use. Remember, this is collecting the component of cost that is unrelated to how much electricity you use. So I think from an equity point of view, it makes a certain amount of sense to say everyone contributes to that equally. From a status quo point of view, that really is not as attractive, because some people would see substantial increases and some people would see substantial decreases. So Bob brought this idea of creating sort of a baseline level on which your monthly fee would be based, that is based on some historical usage. Now, I'll just give you one alternative that we threw out, that, or we talked about, that I think is worth thinking about, which is basing it on the square footage of the building. Saying, again, this isn't that you're imposing higher costs, because the incremental costs are in that 14 cents or 13.7 cents a kilowatt hour. This is sort of just a fairness in the allocation of these fixed costs. And one might argue, well, the fair way to do it is people with bigger houses contribute more. But once you go down that road, you also have to say, well, what about people who don't use their house, who aren't occupying their houses as much? And maybe they shouldn't have to contribute as much. But this is purely an equity argument at this point. it's because we know this is just recovering these extra costs. So after talking that through, Bob suggested this idea of using the EDU construct and basing it on historical usage. In some ways, this really does satisfy a lot of the equity criteria for people when the houses are, if everybody has already lived there for 5 years and nobody ever moves, you're just sort of locking in something that's pretty close to what people were already paying. You're minimizing the variation. And in some sense, it's saying, well, nobody's worse off than if we hadn't made this move. And in some ways, everybody could be a whole lot better off because you have the same baseline bill, but if you electrify, you now are facing a much lower additional cost of electric heat, electric hot water heating, charging an EV or whatever, and getting off propane. So in some ways, it could make everybody better off. The problem with the EDU construct is that when we go down this road, we start talking about, well, what do we do about new owners, new houses, people who make big changes to their houses, so forth. And you're more familiar than I am, if you've been at this meeting, that with the way that the proposal goes to sort of do a roll-in of usage. In some ways, that has some real equity appeal because it says we're going to base it on your household's use. In some ways, it has some concerns about perverse incentives that you don't want people not using electricity in the first 3 years in order to keep their EDU down for the rest of their ownership time. So it's a trade-off, and I have gone back and forth on the right way to do this. The sort of economist in me still says, let's just have a fixed charge per household. It's really clean. Nobody can argue that, you know, they're being treated differently, and there's no gaming possibility. Even, by the way, doing it on square footage would cause incentives that people might not. It would be one more cost that you would incur if you expanded the size of your house. So nothing's perfect. The fixed charge per household has the problem that some people would see some pretty big increases. And the EDU approach tries to avoid that. So I think it's a balancing. I think the most important aspect of this proposal is getting that volumetric cost down to reflect the true additional cost you're imposing on society when you use more electricity. And let me just make one last point and then I'll stop. Propane as an alternative is underpriced in our society because propane is sold without, unless you're buying some sort of offsets for it, it is sold without the additional cost of the environmental damage that it does. So we are, in some sense, overly encouraging the use of propane. And that's true of wood too, because wood has, I also served for 5 years on the advisory council of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And wood burning is a major problem. We're learning more and more about the particulate matter, the damage from PM 2.5 that is largely in the Bay Area, and I suspect also around Kirkwood Meadows due to wood burning. So it's not just getting the electricity price right, it's also recognizing that we're underpricing the primary alternative fuel. So I think that covers all of my introductory thoughts anyway. I'd be happy to chat and take questions or engage in a conversation.
Thank you, Severin. Really appreciate that. Very good. I imagine there's some people who would like to ask questions or give thoughts and so on. So the process is to, if you can raise your hand on using Zoom, that's the best way to do it. If not, assuming that Eric's on gallery view, just waving your hand will probably do the trick as well.
Reed Bennett has a question, Eric.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Well, I'm wondering, I have several different thoughts about it, and I don't know if it's best if I go through them all and then they're addressed, or what do you
Yeah, I
suggest?
think that's the best read, is to list your questions, and
Okay.
I think that's most efficient.
So I appreciate the thought and time that you've all put into it, and Professor Borenstein and Bob Epstein and then the board. And I guess for people who don't know, I have had a long background, even though I haven't been recently real active in Kirkwood things, but I've been a long time Rocky Mountain Institute supporter and admirer Amory Lovins. And I supported early on from the very beginning, 20 plus years ago, of Kirkwood connecting with the grid. And I think I'm the first person who suggested getting funding from the Rural Electrification Fund, and suggested this to Standish, and he did a Google search and he left the D off of fund. So he searched Rural Electrification Fund and came up empty-handed. So, so I have, for a long time, I have thought about energy policy, not to the extent of Dr. or Professor Borenstein. I have several concerns about this proposed rate change. I feel that it's overall regressive. What I don't understand is if you have a low marginal cost for electricity, how is that going to be an incentive to reduce consumption? And we could take just one example is that I have an electric water heater and was thinking of going to an on-demand or tankless electric water heater. And right now, right now I'm spending about $30, $35 a month keeping that water heater warm in the winter. And then if we went to the new rate structure, it would be, I don't know, about $7. And if I go to a tankless, it would be $0. So if you have the current rate structure in place, I'm much more inclined to go to a tankless water heater and save myself $30, $35 a month in electricity as compared with, $7 or some number like that. The other thing I'd like to point out is that with the occupancy / consumption much increased the past year, if you had put this proposed rate schedule into effect July 1 of last year, we actually would have led to lower revenues for the district, because the increase in consumption would have been billed at 13 cents a kilowatt rather than the 66. And I think that with people staying up at Kirkwood much more, which is very likely to be the case, there's great internet up there, as my brother from Palo Alto discovered last fall. He said, hey, there's got better internet at Kirkwood than he did in Palo Alto. And so many people are leaving the bigger cities. They don't need to work from home. They don't need to work from the office. They can work from further away, and people rather be in the mountains. And you see it in places like Truckee that is very, very busy now. I'm not, I agree with what Professor Borenstein said about propane being relatively inexpensive. And one thing I would do is, if you want to get people off of propane, if you can, I would suggest charging more for it. That would make sense in my book. And the idea of bringing in electricity where you lose, just within your own system, you're losing what, you can look at the numbers, I think it's around 16% from the lower substation and within your system, and you're probably losing at least another 8% getting it to there. So you have you have a good 23-25% of transmission loss of electricity. So if you're buying electricity, okay, 35% of it's eco-groovy, and let's pretend there's no environmental impact to that 35%. And the remaining 65% is God knows where it came from. So if you're bringing electricity in that's, you don't know the source, and it could be just as carbon intensive as a propane heater at someone's house, you're losing that 20-25% in transmission.
So Reed, have you basically covered your point? I'm sorry, there's just a number of people with hands up and so on, so I want to make sure that Severin can answer everybody's questions.
Well, just to summarize, I'd say raise propane rates as you can. Electricity is not necessarily clean. And I have suggestions about energy efficiency where you can really do something to have people have tankless water heaters, be able to turn off electricity and not heat the house where they're gone. And I just see a lot of potential unintended consequences for what's being proposed. And I think what would make more sense is go to tiered rates like PG&E does and charge for higher as you go up in electric rates. And the other thing is when you have people like the rooters who are leaving and they're going from full-time occupancy to pretty much empty, then they're left with this higher electric rates for the next year when they're not there, and that's not fair.
Great, Reed, thanks so much. Severin, do you want to?
So I took notes, and I'll try to cover a lot of these points because I suspect a lot of them are things other people would raise as well. First of all, the idea of this being regressive, and in a lot of situations it would be, but my understanding is that among the customers of the district, there are some who are full-time occupants, and they tend to be lower income than the people who are occasional occupants. They are almost certainly consuming more electricity right now, and they would be winners under this alternative. So I think actually this is a pretty progressive change, and that isn't true. Like if PG&E went to a flat rate fixed charge that was substantial, that actually would be regressive because it's pretty close now, but poorer households in PG&E territory do use somewhat less electricity. My understanding is that's probably not true in the district. Secondly, the low in marginal cost for electricity and the incentive to reduce consumption and do things like install tankless water heaters. It is true, lowering the marginal cost means that there is less incentive to install something like a tankless water heater, but you're not lowering it to below the true cost you're imposing on society. You're lowering it to actually reflect the cost you're imposing on society. So when people are making that decision, because of course a tankless water heater involves other costs to society, building the tankless water heater and having it installed and the person time and the resources that go into that. So I think that what we'd like is prices to actually reflect the cost that a decision imposes on society. Right now, at 66 cents a kilowatt hour, it really doesn't. It massively overstates, including all the pollution, the cost you're imposing on society. So I would say that there is such a thing as too much energy efficiency and too little electricity consumption when it comes to the trade-off with all of the other resources and time and inconvenience. And so I don't think we want people installing something like a tankless water heater because they can save money that isn't really a savings. It's just shifting that burden of capital recovery onto other ratepayers. On lower revenues in 2020, that's true. If a lot of people moved to Kirkwood Meadows during the pandemic and used more electricity, presumably revenues went up as a result. But if the opposite happened, revenues would go down. This proposal actually stabilizes revenues at a level that covers the capital costs. It doesn't generate a windfall gain when people use more electricity, and it doesn't generate a windfall loss when people use less electricity, because the cost of people using more electricity is exactly what's reflected in the price. And so, for instance, if a lot of people were to now start spending a lot more time up at Kirkwood Meadows, they would use more electricity, and the revenue would go up by exactly as much as the additional cost that is imposed on the district. And so in some ways, I think this leads to a more balanced or a better balance between revenues and costs. Right now, when charging a price that's massively higher than the avoided cost, when people use more electricity, the district gets this windfall profit. And alternatively, when people use less, they take a windfall loss. I agree with charging more for propane. I think that's probably a very good idea and something the district should look into. Let me address this issue of the efficiency of electricity and the emissions and so forth. First of all, the PG&E right now is supplying about 70% carbon-free electricity. So it's not, the 35% is the RPS, but there's nuclear power, there's hydropower, there's geothermal. And so when you add all that together, PG&E is over 2/3 carbon-free. That said, there is still gas in the system, and there is an inefficiency of, I mean, the biggest difference is for space heating, when you burn gas locally versus when you burn gas at the inefficiency is when you burn gas at the generator. It's not quite as bad as the numbers you raised, Reed. Somebody shared with me an email you sent, and I was just going back to check those numbers. A modern combined cycle gas turbine has a heat rate of about 7,000, meaning about 7 MMBTU for 1 megawatt hour of electricity. And when you do the math on that and take out about 10% losses, and it might be a bit higher, but it's not as high as the number you're coming up with because you're sort of adding system losses that include distribution to the local distribution. But even when you do that, it's probably about 50% efficient versus 90% efficient for a furnace, let's say, although there are more losses of gas when you're piping it that far. But so there is some difference right now. When you actually work through how much additional greenhouse gases are being emitted, recognizing the system is about 2/3 carbon free right now, it's not that big right now, though it's probably pretty close to a wash right now. When you recognize that that very often we're using non-carbon electricity to generate that extra amount. But these investments are for the future, and we are moving to, and I think quite credibly moving to, much higher levels of renewables. So I think we will, by 2030, be at 60% renewables, which means we will be at 80+% carbon free by 2030, and we'll be much higher than that by 2040. So I think that in terms of carbon emissions right now, for some things like space heating, it's probably not much of a gain, but it will be a much bigger gain in 5 or 10 years. And even that, the fact is, it's not just about carbon. It's about making trade-offs with other capital investments, with other inconvenience and time. So charging a price that actually reflects all of that, which I think the avoided cost number Bob's generated does, would make sense. And then the last thing I will say, PG&E is actually moving away from tiered rates. The tiers have gotten much flatter over the last 5 years. And there's some real equity issues with tiered rates because, and you guys, I think if you did this, people who don't use their houses much would be on the low tier, not because they're particularly energy conscious, but because they're just not there very much. People who live there full time would be on high tiers, not because they're particularly wasteful, but because they just live there. So I think it would be very hard to construct a tiered system that's really equitable.
Okay, thanks, Evan. I'd like to go to Howard. Howard, you're on. Howard Hoffman.
Thank you, Severin, for a very excellent presentation and for your responses to the questions. I have just.
Oh, Howard, by the way, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just want to ask everybody to be, completely give your thoughts, but be as brief as you can in doing so.
Yes,
please. Thank you.
I'm planning to ask questions, not make a speech.
Okay, Howard.
Okay. So first of all, I have 3 questions for you. First of all, do you understand and did you discuss with Bob the implications of the fact that this district has one really major consumer, the ski area, and how the whole project, which is the largest part of our sunk cost, was predicated on not only them using a lot of the electricity, but using a lot of the increased electricity going forward? That's the first question. Second question, have you given any thought to some sort of a hybrid or a compromise where we would go from our current very high rate to something closer to the avoided cost, but not necessarily all the way there? And the third question is, what do you think about phasing in? This is a pretty drastic change. What do you think about phasing in whatever change is agreed upon to, in say 3 years or 5 years, something like that?
Sorry, I muted myself. Bob and I have talked about the ski resort and some of the legal constraints on how they can't really be treated differently in some ways that I don't fully understand. I'm not going to claim to. Certainly, if there is a way to have the ski resort cover more of the fixed costs, I think in many ways that would make sense, particularly if it could be done through a fixed charge and not through something. You don't want to give the ski resort undue incentives either to avoid electrification and use propane and so forth. But we haven't really, I haven't learned much about the history of the whole negotiation of the upgrade of the transmission line and so forth, and the role the ski resort was supposed to play. Bob can probably comment on that better than I can.
Yeah, Severin, let me just mention at this point. So for the last 3 years, we've averaged 6.8 million kilowatt hours sold per year. Of that, the snowmaking and lifts are 1.2 million. So it's significant, but in fact, our largest customer is the wastewater treatment plant. So that's one point I'd want to make. The ski resort sees a few percentage point increase because we're using an EDU based on the average residential usage of 230 kilowatt hours per month. And so in fact, this slightly shifts the fixed costs more toward the larger customers and away a little slightly from the residences. It's not a large amount, but it's a tiny amount.
On the hybrid, getting it down to 25 or 20 or some number rather than all the way to 14, that's an alternative, and obviously that's for you folks to work out. It would still, I think, discourage electrification to some extent, but certainly not nearly as much as it is now. And if that's what people are more comfortable with, maybe that's where you end up. I would rather see it. I think the 14 cent, 13.7 cents is still too high because we've done calculations for California as a whole, and certainly the marginal cost, avoided cost is lower. I think some of what is in the purchase power price is not actually a marginal cost, is actually recovering a lot of fixed costs. So the cost to society of you using another kilowatt hour is probably lower than that. And as I mentioned, the O&M costs are probably not all marginal. So, but, you know, I think that even getting it down into the 20s would be a major step in the right direction and would avoid some of the real inefficiencies that these very, very high electricity prices cause. As for a phase-in, you know, I think that can make a lot of sense. There's no reason this has to be done as a one-time, although Bob might, I mean, there may be institutional reasons it's easier. What I would worry about, and I think it would be very important to address if you're going to do a phase-in, is that the baselines or whatever the pricing is going to be at the end of the phase-in is not influenced by the way people change their behavior during the phase-in. So you can't sort of game the system by cutting back a lot during the phase-in so that at the end you have a lower share of the costs. I think that would be a real concern. But you know, if it were pre-announced that these are everybody's contributions to fixed costs, whether it's done through EDU or square footage or whatever, or you know, whatever system, but that, you know, we're setting those, but we're going to do it gradually. Next year, the marginal price will be 50 cents and the EDU price will be X. The following year, it'll be 40 cents and the EDU price will be a little higher. And phasing it in that way might give people more time to get used to it. And Howard, I suspect if you're concerned there might be some sort of unforeseen impact, might give people a chance to recognize that. I actually think just going to the avoided costs is not going to lead to bad unforeseen impacts. I suspect it will lead to one really good unforeseen impact or not fully appreciated, which is when people start thinking about renovations and EVs and so forth, they're going to find it just much more attractive to go with electricity. And the evidence for much smaller changes than this has been that it has a real impact on people's willingness to switch from natural gas or propane or in the East, crude oil or heating oil to electricity, or to alternative fuels. I think a phase-in could be part of the sort of getting to where I think the district should go, and is certainly worth discussing.
Bertrand, I see your hand up.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello. Thank you for taking the time to look at our special situation. I mean, we are actually a small district and probably one of the most leveraged percentage-wise district around, and it is clearly a problem. Historically, I'd like also to remind people that when the community was offered this concept of electrification through the grid, the cost was estimated at 30 millions and we end up at 60 millions. So it is quite a bit different to what we were told initially. It also like to remember that at that time, I'm not sure where the requirement is coming from, if it's through the RUS or somewhere else, but basically no one can opt out of the system. So basically we cannot close our electrical account. And I find that problematic to be considered a free market. But anyway, my main concern here, I have small concern, a regular concern, I would say, which are basically the fact it is regressive, because, for example, it's always interesting to look at the trends when you go all the way in one direction. For example, if you have zero consumption and you look at a cabin of 7,000 square foot versus a studio of 350 square foot, basically we are going to ask them to contribute as much. However, the will serve capacity, which is really what should be actually taken in consideration, the capacity is actually not taken in consideration by asking everyone to pay the same thing. So I think it's very regressive that people with a very big cabin have to pay the same thing that people that live in a small studio.
Bertrand,
Yes.
if you've got questions for Severin, that would be great.
Yes, I'm moving on my things. Yes.
Yeah.
So let me get to the next part. My biggest concern is all this calculation and studies that we are showing is basically saying, assuming there will be no change, but I think it's obvious there will be a change. So we need to take the time to assess the impact it's going to have on our system. So one of the considerations I'd like to see is, should we shift to time of use? Do we have a time of use system to make sure that once we have cheap electricity, everyone is getting on electrical car, and then we cannot provide sufficient electricity to the resort to run the ski lift? So that kind of thing that I'd like to be able to see, to discuss.
Is that a question, Bertrand? Or?
Not yet. Then the next thing is the greenhouse gas effect. And you already mentioned several things. I agree with that. For example, I agree that the propane should probably be charged higher. First, because I think we have infrastructure work to do on it. And second, maybe the REC should be compulsory for having basically proper impact on the environment. I really want, so now as far as question. So how can you, my question is on this regressive thing is, how can you say it is a progressive thing to do when actually the system that is proposed is actually charging the same amount of money for people who have a 350 square foot studio versus a 7,000 square foot cabin? That's the first question.
So, oh, okay. Go ahead with your other question.
No, that's there's more.
Okay.
Bertrand's a board member. He'll have plenty of time to.
So let me address this regressivity to an economist, and I think in general the term is used to mean impacting poorer people more than richer people. I'm sure that poorer people, well, I would guess the poorer people in the district own smaller houses, but my understanding is they spend a lot more time there. And my understanding is that the best analysis suggests that they actually use more electricity. So regardless of the size of their house, the impact on lower income people depends on how much electricity they use. And if the lower income people over the course of the whole year are using more electricity, they are going to be bigger winners from this change. There is also, I think it's important to point out, big gains for everyone that relative to when they're charging 67 cents or 65 cents and avoiding using electricity and dealing with a colder house or dealing with other sort of inconveniences when you're paying, and it's not that you're paying too little, you're paying the true cost. So I don't think I would agree that this is a regressive approach if my understanding is right, that lower income people within the district actually are using more electricity because they live there full time.
Okay, I want to be sure that the public.
Let me say one other thing. This change in the time of use, and we didn't actually dig deeply into this, but I think it is a worthwhile thing to think about, whether there, and in general, would the system run into other constraints, whether it's the circuit level constraints, the transmission line constraint, or whatever, when you went to this pricing? If it would, and I think the answer is there's no real sign of other constraints it would hit. But if it would, then I think there is an argument for time varying pricing in order to accommodate that. But, you know, I've done a lot of work on time varying pricing, and I can tell you that it isn't the fundamental problem with your price structure if you're charging 65 cents a kilowatt hour when the true avoided cost is less than 20% of that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I just want to say that we should look at all the avenue before moving in one direction, and clearly the impact on the distribution system should be assessed. The impact on the greenhouse gas should be assessed, and the energy efficiency. How can we couple basically energy efficiency measures, which we are mandated to do, by the way, with the electrical rate structure. So all that should be taken in consideration. So, and I think it's going to take some time to assess all these things. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Bertrand. Preston.
Great, thank you. So I definitely agree. It's a great analysis, and I'm glad to see this move forward. I'm going to start with a question. I believe the professor had mentioned that, if I heard correctly, PG&E is approximately 70% carbon-free with their energy electric mix. Good, head nodding. Have we done the calculation?
Sorry, I muted myself. Yes, that's right.
Okay, good. Have we done the calculation for the PUD? What is our percent carbon-free?
Yeah, that's a hard calculation to do because you're buying a lot of unspecified power, right? Isn't that right, Bob? And yes. So you can't, there isn't a contract path in the same way that PG&E does. And so I don't know what that number is.
Can we assume that it's demonstrably less than 70%?
I don't know what that we can say something about the mix on the system so the district is part of CAISO, right?
Yes.
Purchases through.
So yeah. we could do a calculation for the CAISO system. And CAISO, I'm on the board. I should know this number off the top of my head, but I don't. But yeah, it is probably lower. It's probably not a huge amount lower as sort of an average of the whole system, but I'm not sure what that number is.
May I request that the board determine what that number is and publish it?
Well, we don't have any way of knowing. In addition, it's highly variable. On a good weather year, then you have the northwest water flow, and then you're getting all the hydro. On a drought year, you don't get it all. So it's a large variation. I mean, the short answer, Preston, is we can buy as much renewables as we want. If we wanted to be 100% renewable, it would cost 0.8 cents more per kilowatt hour.
So let's have that discussion for a minute, because I think this is, for me, philosophically, the biggest issue, in addition to the inefficiency or efficiency question, that I think this rate. It is, though, the case that the 13 cents avoided cost is not a full economic or greenhouse gas. There's no greenhouse gas, externality cost in that pricing.
No,
correct?
There is.
13 cents.
Well, 13.7 cents. Yeah.
I'm sorry. The existing REC costs are in the 13 cents. Is that what you're saying?
The existing REC cost, and we modeled what it would look like to include the social cost of carbon. And as Severin pointed out, that's not dissimilar from our variable costs our non-variable costs that we're putting in, the non-additionality. The way we've come up with 13 cents includes some things that you could argue don't vary with purchasing, but they also approximate the $50 social cost of carbon. So I feel like we're pretty close.
Okay.
But Preston, let me say, I have done modeling of California and the West, and the full social cost of power in both situations, and both of them are below 14 cents a kilowatt hour. So I'm pretty sure that this number is overstating, but I would have to, as I'm looking at this, it would depend in part on how big that O&M component that's really marginal is.
Okay, good. Well, that's a positive thing to hear. Thank you for identifying that. That is not something that to the layman would be obvious, that 13 cents also includes a full social cost. So I think
we've done this for all of the larger utilities.
Uh-huh.
I don't think Kirkwood Meadows was one of the ones in our data set. And for the big three, the big five in California, including SMUD and LADWP, it's all under 10 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay, so that would be a good thing to include in that letter, the draft that I reviewed the other day, Bob. So I think that's a critical point, and it gets to kind of where I was
I can
headed.
provide those data.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Because where I was headed was basically a philosophical discussion, or point of view, I'll call it. As a ski resort, most of our residents are actually part-time here and have homes elsewhere. Many, probably the majority, vast majority, in other areas of California, where they're part of the IOU system, paying PG&E, SoCal Edison, whatever it may be. So while I see there being a very valid reason to adopt the new rates, or excuse me, a change that goes to a higher base, but a lower, volumetric pricing, that all makes good sense. It helps with electrification, helps pay, make a more predictable revenue stream for financing, et cetera. The piece where I find it incongruous without the data point that you were just provided, Professor, which I appreciate, it seems to me that we ought to be not only leading on the cost side, but philosophically, and I think our customers probably could buy into this as well, because this is a ski resort, I think we ought to be leading in some other dimension as well. Specifically, we should be leading in electrification. We should be leading in efficiency. We should be leading in reduced greenhouse gas reduction. Whatever, pick your poison. But in some form, I don't think it's tenable as a ski resort specifically for high net worth, people. Let's be honest, this is not a low income community, other than perhaps, a few people that work here. But in general, the vast population here is in the higher income wealth. It makes no sense to me. It's incongruous that we would not lead only on cost, but we would also not at least be at peer level to the other IOUs in the area, but preferably even ahead of them as a ski resort. Good branding, good messaging on greenhouse gas reduction. So that's where I think that to me, the 13 cents feels like we're swinging too far in the other direction, and that we have an umbrella, if you will, a pricing umbrella as it relates to our peer institutions. And I don't think daytime energy and PG&E, for instance, is 13 cents. I know as a fact it's not. And I just feel like that feels philosophically beyond where we need to be. And if we had the opportunity to be slightly higher and perhaps even increase revenues in a phased in fashion, I think it's fine. But to make our energy mix cleaner, more towards the 70%, more towards 100%, to be honest, as a ski area, philosophically, that feels like the right direction to be moving. And so I'll stop there. I could go on.
So the study we put out in February actually addresses PG&E, and you're right, their retail prices are above 13 cents. But actually what our study says is that's a real problem, that we aren't reflecting the true marginal cost for PG&E. And as a result, we are discouraging electrification and imposing a pretty regressive tax, because essentially what we're doing is there's this marginal cost, fuel, the electricity, greenhouse gases, and then there's all this other stuff. And this other stuff is climate change mitigation and adaptation. So when you cut trees around the transmission lines, that's something you got to do, but that's not a marginal cost. It doesn't vary with how much electricity you consume. Subsidies for rooftop solar, net metering is a cost shift, and that's in there. Subsidies for low income, the care programs get paid out of other people's bills. All of those things are in the price, but they're not actually the marginal cost of consuming electricity.
Sure.
So it's important to recognize that PG&E's rates are very distorted and really quite regressive.
And they could be the other end of the spectrum. I don't disagree with that, but I think that their rates are more in the, their rates are well into the 20s and even the 30 cents at peak times. So I think you had said earlier, for instance, that the 13 cents, could be lower, but you also said that perhaps even a number into the 20-cent range, could be defensible for the utility here, for the district. And
Well,
I
it
guess
would
what I'm
certainly be a huge improvement over where
Exactly.
you are now.
Exactly. And so what I'm proposing is that we actually take a leadership position as a ski resort, as a group that has customers who not only have a meter here, but have a meter at whatever, mostly IOU, where they are already with their primary residence, that we actually take a leadership role rather than simply go to the lowest possible point, that we actually pick something higher, be a little bit more aggressive and forward thinking, and try to drive down our emissions mix. And I think we can prescribe what that can be, as opposed to saying we don't know what it is because it varies, et cetera, which is understandable. We could actually be proactive and set a target and price in such fashion that that was actually done in a reasonably, cost neutral fashion, for customers. Point of view.
Let me just say
Thank you.
two things. One is you can buy 100% green power, and there are utilities that do, but I don't want you to get the impression that you're actually consuming 100% green power.
Understood. And I didn't suggest 100%. It's all a range of options.
You're just offsetting. And so it's not that when you consume a little more power, it's necessarily that much more green power ramping up at that moment.
Yeah.
The other thing is, in another study I'm doing, which won't be out for another month or so, we're looking at the incentives to shift to electric space heating, electric water heating, and EVs, and electric dryers. And it really makes a difference. Forget about Kirkwood Meadows, just PG&E. Going from the PG&E rates to the real social marginal cost, including pollution, makes a huge difference in the attractiveness of going to electric hot water heating, electric space heating, both of which are sort of close in the money at social marginal cost and are not in the money. Well, there's some disagreements about how efficient heat pumps are, but and EVs. I will.
What about solar? So I agree with what you said. I'm actually in the throes of that process right now in electric heat pumps, air sourced, high altitude efficient heat pumps. So I'm looking at that right at the moment. This makes it hugely attractive. But what does it do for rooftop solar at 13 cents?
Well, rooftop solar becomes less attractive at 13 cents because, but rooftop solar is a very expensive way to acquire renewable power. It is far, far more expensive than grid scale renewables. So rooftop solar, the incentive in California for rooftop solar is primarily a cost shift. That is, what you are actually saving the system is far lower, it's our social marginal cost, than what you're actually saving privately. So when my friends ask me about should they install rooftop solar, I say, look, if you want to do it for an environment, that's great, but you're going to be imposing these costs on people. My friends are also relatively wealthy, mostly, on people who are poorer than you are. So if you're going to do that, you should take those savings and put them towards helping people who are now going to be burdened with higher electricity prices. And so, yes, I think charging a price that reflects the true cost means that people have less incentive to make their own electricity, but that's because you're actually showing them what the true savings there.
I think that's correct economically. I think that in greenhouse gas, if we went back to my earlier point that we actually went to an appropriately high mix of carbon-free energy, then I agree with that point, both economically, but then also societally. And I think if we're having an unnecessarily high contribution greenhouse gas through the utility electric bill, and I know nobody's able to quantify that just now, then I think then those two things should be in balance. And I think it's up to the utility and the leadership of this group to actually provide that balance between societal and economic benefit.
We have done that calculation for the biggest utilities in CAISO. And those, even counting greenhouse gases at $50 a ton. And by the way, even if you went to $100 a ton, you're going to raise it by about 2 cents, because no less than that. Sorry, 1 cent. So it's not going to make a big difference. And so the number you will get is going to be in the $8, $9, 10 cent if you're up at $100 a ton.
Mhm.
John Schroeder, thanks, Preston. John, you have
Thank
a
you.
question?
Yeah, just a quick question. Thanks for helping with our district and attending today and providing a lot of insight. Quick question is, what do you think a reasonable charge is on a monthly basis for just providing access to this type of an electrical connection? What do you think a minimum base charge should be just for the right to have access? Could you comment on that?
Yeah, and in some ways you're now moving out of the realm of economics and into the realm of sort of social justice and equity. So the district's problem is there is this small amount of the costs that are actually the cost of providing power. And this big chunk of costs that are costs that everybody's benefiting from. They're not benefiting equally, but everybody's benefiting, and we're not sure how much they're benefiting. It's not strictly proportional to the number of kilowatt hours you use, because some people are getting huge value out of their kilowatt hours and other people are doing things that are pretty marginal. So, I mean, there are many concepts of equity. And when we start talking about dividing up costs that are really joint costs, it's sort of, you think of it as national defense or bridges that everybody drives over and you wouldn't want to have a toll booth on all the time. How do you divide up those costs? And there's the concept of ability to pay. And we do that a lot with progressive income taxation. And we pay for a lot of public goods that way. There's the concept of share of benefits, even if it's not sort of imposing costs, it's differentially, there are different benefits. And that's really attractive, except it's very hard to see what they are. So looking at the numbers in this case, a flat monthly charge, if you just divided the, I'm not gonna be able to do the numbers off the top of my head, but it would work out to, Bob probably can tell you what it would work out to if everybody just had a flat monthly, if all the residential did. There is apparently a problem with that because that would treat the ski resort differently, and there's some legal constraint on that. So I don't have a good answer for you of what the right price is. What I do know is that this proposal would keep most people at pretty much the same bill as they were before, plus or minus 10 or 20%. And then it would lower their cost drastically if they decided to consume more electricity. And I know that rubs people the wrong way, some people the wrong way, but I think that's a huge good thing because they'd still be paying the cost they're imposing, including the greenhouse gases, including all the pollution, but they'd have an incentive to switch from propane and from wood, and they would have an incentive to just use electricity in ways that benefit them, including things like, and I know somebody mentioned this in some email, I think, heater, roof strips or whatever they're called.
Snow melt.
To avoid ice dams. And I have friends in Colorado who use that, and it's, you know, a huge benefit to them. And at 60 cents a kilowatt hour, I suspect there are many people who are avoiding using that who would really benefit from being able to consume more electricity at a cost where they're really covering their additional cost. Sorry, John, that wasn't a good answer, but.
John, the answer to your question, if you took our fixed costs and divided equally from every meter, it'd be $5,000 a year.
Yeah, I guess what I was kind of getting at is, you know, if you had a half acre of land and you didn't have access to electrical connection, it would be worth a fraction of what it would when you can provide those utilities. So there is just a core value of having that service available.
Oh yeah.
Whether you use it or not. I mean, if you have an empty lot at Kirkwood, your lot's worth more than if you didn't have access to that.
Absolutely.
And so that connection and the ability to have that connection has an inherent value of of something. And I think it's higher than what we charge today.
Oh, it's absolutely. I think that somebody talked about not being able to exit the system, but the fact is going off grid. I have friends who live off grid who say, you know, it requires constant focus on your electricity, your energy consumption, because things that very few people are willing to do, and frankly, very few upper income people are willing to do.
Mhm.
Let's see. Are there?
Peter had a question.
Yeah, Peter. You're on mute, Peter. You're on mute.
Now can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, very good.
So has any thought been given to instituting standby charges on undeveloped property to help pay down the debt? I mean, yeah, our predecessor did this to pay for the treatment plant, EID. I remember when I bought my first piece of property in 1984, I had to pay an annual standby charge. That way, future owners are paying for the hookup, the grid, instead of all of us current owners having to pay for the grid, because it raises their property values. And it would encourage people to actually build houses rather than, or sell their property rather than just sitting on it. Is that legal? Is that could that be considered?
I can tell you that Amador Water Agency does that on some water and wastewater systems. I'm not sure, I would assume it would translate to electric.
Okay, I'm just curious if that, because that's our burden, is to pay for the out valley. That's why we can't go with avoided costs, because we have this huge debt. If we could pay that debt down, it seems to me that would benefit everyone.
That's an interesting concept. You can think of sort of the equity aspect of it, that if you start paying down the debt and then somebody builds a house 10 years from now when the debt is substantially lower, but still has use of the transmission line, you could argue that that's not paying their share. They could argue that, yeah, but we weren't using it all this time.
Right.
But yeah, I don't really have more to contribute. Maybe Bob has thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'll just mention one thing, Peter. I don't know if you remember,
sure,
but back when we were first connected to the grid, and I actually developed a kind of scheme like that and presented it to the board. And the board was, in the end, favorable, but our attorney said wasn't a good idea, so we backed off, unfortunately, in my opinion. But I think it's very interesting thought, Peter.
Was that Dick Shanahan?
Yeah,
said that.
Yeah,
that it'd be highly contested.
Well, the way I was doing it, it was. I mean, yes, it could be contested because it was an unusual thing to do for for our situation. But I think if it were simpler than what I was proposing, maybe it's a good idea. Howard has another question, and then I'd like to circle back around to anybody who was talking, and I asked to be briefer if they have anything else to say. Go ahead, Howard.
So this is really a question for the staff and the board, and that is, we have two large lots that have undeveloped foundations that have been there for years. If you did something like you're proposing, or you mentioned, Eric, previously, this idea of charging for standby, are those lots paying anything now? And would this in fact put any cost on this? Then would put some cost on them, because I would be totally in favor of doing whatever we could to encourage those lots to be developed, and charging them appropriately for the standby that they've had available to them just seems to be fair and equitable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go off my prior experience with Amador Water, since they did do it. So they did have standby fees for certain. When I started there, they had 27 different systems. They've since narrowed it down to 2. but originally they did have standby fees. What that does though is reduce the connection fees when they do come in. So, you know, that would be the only give on that. But right now, to the best of my knowledge, no, they're not paying anything, the two you mentioned.
Let's see, Reed, did you get your questions? Yeah, and what I'm trying to avoid is long position statements here. You know, this
Yeah.
is sort of questions for
I'll be
several.
brief. So one thing I just wanted to clarify is that when Bertrand used the term regressive, and certainly when I use the term regressive, I wasn't referring to people less well off in the valley, but I think, which is what Dr. Bornstein was saying, it really had to do with it. It didn't encourage efficiency, and it really encouraged consumption. And so I think, well, that's what I meant when I said regressive. And a lot of the cases that Dr. Bornstein has talked about actually does increase, would encourage the increase of consumption of electricity. And just with this, it just seems like this whole how to handle it. And I really appreciate what Preston said. And there's so much about, you know, avoided costs, but I really think that this is something that is a bigger can of worms than maybe was originally contemplated, and would take time to take a bit and get it right. Because how do you have fair pricing? For example, do you base it on prior consumption, square footage, And I think if you decide to go this way, really there should be a phase in, and I'm very concerned about unintended consequences.
Thanks, Reed. Bertrand, did you have something more you wanted to say at this point?
I'll just say one thing that, you know, and I would encourage a more detailed study of avoided cost, but I'm pretty certain you will come up with a number that is within a couple of cents of the number that Bob came up with. I would guess a little lower, but it certainly is not going to be 20 cents.
Bertrand, did you have anything more for Severin that you'd like to?
My main point is this is a very complex change that we are entertaining here, and I think there is a consensus that we should do that, reduce significantly the kilowatt hour rate. My concern is the implementation and taking the time to do it right, so we don't have to revisit that in the near future. And distribution wise, and equitability, and all these things, and energy efficiency. And I think pairing the two together would actually, it's now that we need to think about that. So that's my recommendation here.
Okay, thanks. Is there anyone else with a question for Severin?
Eric, I just want to comment on one thing that Preston brought up. So for 2 years, as you know, we've offered the option of being 100% renewable, meaning that we buy RECs for 100%. And the cost is marginal, it's 1%. So for most homes, it'd be an extra $35 a year or so, and they'd be at 100% because, you know, renewables are quite inexpensive currently in California. The uptake has been quite marginal. And when we've done surveys on this, the feedback has been, it's so expensive already, I don't want to spend any extra money. And this is going from 66 cents to 66.8 cents, right? I mean, actually, it's a little bit different there. So I think we've heard from the community that even an optional 100% renewable isn't a hot seller. We can still try to keep promoting it. But if we wanted to have a higher percentage of RECs, which means that, you know, we claimed, and, you know, there's one thing how electricity flows through the system. There's another who's claiming the energy, the green energy. Buying the RECs, we're claiming it. That's really energy that happened. And so if we wanted to be higher than what's required by law, it's a rounding error in the usage rate. So I'd just like Severin to comment on when you buy a rec. Yes, you don't know what's being delivered, but you have claimed your share of the renewables in California. We only do tier 1. So can you comment on what it means when we buy a rec?
Yeah,
tier
and
1 rec?
recs have really evolved over the years, and there was some rec washing early on.
Right.
But I think that they are now much more reliably going towards paying for the additional cost of renewables. They're very cheap because renewables are very cheap these days. And so in some sense, I think a long time ago, there was, and I wrote about it, there was some real questions about whether they were legit. But now in some sense for the cost of renewables is so close that there's no incentive really to game it the way people used to. Long-term contracts are another way to do it directly with renewables. Probably for a district this small, that doesn't really, it's logistically not very workable. But I think RECs make sense.
I have a question.
Oh, let me just add one thing to that. And another way to do it, of course, is to actually, for the propane, as we talked about, and for the stuff not covered by RECs, is to buy greenhouse gas certificates from the cap and trade market and retire them. They're not priced correctly, in my opinion. They're too low. They're only $18 or something, right. But you could buy double.
And we do offer that for propane if people want to do that.
Bertrand?
Yes, my question is it's for solar, and basically what is your estimate of the cost of using grid as a storage system for solar user? I know that actually the grid is available to everyone, including the district, which actually has electricity on demand, and that's because of the grid capabilities to do that. So the question is, how much does it cost for the utilities to offer that storage abilities for the net metering, basically, and for solar customer, and where does you think it's going to end up next year when we get NEM 3?
Yeah, so so first of all, although it is attractive to think about it as storage, what you're really doing is you're exporting power to the grid when you want to, and you're importing power from the grid when you want to. And right now, under net energy metering, you get to do it at the same price. I think that will change under the new regime that they're now discussing. I'm not sure how much. I'm pretty sure they won't go to where I want them to go, which is you can keep NEM, but price electricity at its true avoided cost. And then NEM is just the same as participating in the market. I would say that, the value of power exported from solar right now, from rooftop solar in most cases, is on the order of 7 or 8 cents. And they're getting paid on the order of 28 cents. For the super users, more than that. So there's a pretty big gap there. I wouldn't call that the cost of storage, but I would call it the cost imposed on the system through this net metering arrangement. And net metering was started early on. We didn't have meters that could do anything else. All they could do was tell you the net. And rooftop solar was this nascent industry that nobody thought was going to turn into much, or most people didn't. And that's completely changed. And at the same time, retail rates in California have skyrocketed, making it much more attractive privately to put in solar. But the problem is the avoided cost for the system is still pretty low. And so you're mostly avoiding paying your share of the climate change mitigation and adaptation, subsidies for low income customers, et cetera.
So I just want to follow up on that because Bertrand and Pamela and I have had kind of a lively email exchange on this topic. And one question I have for you is if our usage rate and our avoided cost rate are the same, then we should be relatively neutral in terms of whether customers do solar or not as a district.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, yeah, rooftop solar, if you're compensating it at its true value, it's fine if people put it in. On the other hand, they can also get very green power from the grid. But if they really, I mean, there are other reasons to have rooftop solar, particularly if you're willing to spring for the batteries on site too. And if you're subject to public safety power shutoffs or just distribution line failures, then, you know, it might make sense for resilience. But from a pure contribution to the sort of social welfare, the common good, if we're charging the true avoided cost, I think that's, people should do it if they want. I suspect very few people will do it at that price, but I may be wrong on that.
I guess the point would be is, as a district right now, if a large customer, large meaning, you know, several 100,000 kilowatt hours a year, decided to put on solar and match their usage, that their contribution to the fixed costs would, under the current scheme, would go to zero, and we'd be damaged by it, and we wouldn't be we wouldn't be on the same side as the solar customer. Whereas making it the avoided cost, we're neutral. If they want to do it, fine, and if they don't, fine as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And that's one of the things I have said for the IOUs, which is it would just end this tension that, you know, that the IOUs feel threatened by it, because the compensation would match the value brought to the system.
Okay. Reed, one last question.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, so there's an example of going to a lower marginal cost, matching with avoided cost, where it would discourage solar, which on the overall is generally considered a good thing. And I mean, to have solar, and what I was surprised to learn is a few days ago is that it was possible to buy RECs, you know, as a customer of the district. And I think that the district could maybe do a better job of getting that information out there, and then really get serious about encouraging people to work on energy efficiency. I just think,
Reed, if you have an idea about how to make the renewables more visible, I mean, we've sent individual letters to every single household. We've done it multiple times. We've done a survey. So if you have a suggestion of how to make it more visible, as the communications committee head, I'd love to make that happen.
Bob, if I could just comment on that, I think to Reed's point, by lowering the volumetric pricing, that's the time that you're going to get people to buy into the REC program. I think the REC program as it currently exists today at 67 cents, plus on top of that, paying to have clean energy just doesn't work. But if you go to the 13 cents, or, you know, I still propose that a 20 cent, something more on the peer of our IOU neighbors, with the caveat that, you know, Dr. Bornstein spoke about the, you know, they're too high, PG&E being too high. I could certainly acknowledge that. But if we went to a lower price, I think it's time to reinvigorate the marketing around the REC program. And that will have much higher uptake.
Yeah, my thought on that, Preston, and somebody tell me if I'm wrong, because I've asked in the past, as Brandy knows, what would it take to be 100% renewable mix through the provider that we buy our power through? And I think it's been pennies.
Yeah.
Bob has said it's less than a penny.
Really?
We've been reluctant to do it because our rates are so high, and we've been trying to drop the rate slowly, rather than increase it. If we're down at 14 cents.
So could we go to 14 cents at 100% instead of 13% at whatever it is we're at today? That'd be awesome.
We could do it at 14.5 cents. We could be 100%.
Yeah. So that's the way to do it. I mean,
Wow.
that's the way to do it rather than have people spend thousands of dollars on a roof solar system unless they really want to.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I agree
possible.
with that, because I
That's
think that,
awesome.
don't think of this as discouraging rooftop solar. Think of it as encouraging the most
Clean.
efficient, effective type of solar. By
Well,
the way,
it
there's
does.
one-
It does discourage solar, but if we did that approach, I'm all in for
discourage
that. I
rooftop
love that.
solar.
Yeah,
But yeah. Yeah.
Pamela?
Let me just
Pam-
say one other thing, and then I know we're finishing up and I do have to go
Nice.
too. Rooftop solar has another big drawback, which is it produces whenever it wants, and it is completely opaque to the grid operator, which, as we're running into more grid volatility, is becoming a bigger and bigger problem. Grid operator doesn't know what is coming off of there. All they see is the net coming out of the houses, and the grid operator can't curtail it, which they do sometimes have to do.
But it's
Because
highly
too much
predictable.
power
I'm not
coming
sure
in.
how you say it's opaque, but that's a separate
Okay,
discussion.
happy to
But
follow up on that.
highly predictable. So I don't think that equates to opaque, but you're probably making a different point. But back to the thing, I would love to see us go to, even if it's not 100%, at an extra penny. So we're reducing rates. We're going to that. That's nirvana in my book.
Great. Thank you, President Pamela.
Hi, everyone. We're up on Dangberg, and we're newer owners, 2017, and this has been a really, really helpful discussion. One question for Dr. Bornstein. Well, first, let me say that we would absolutely steer toward join happily with the REC program if this overall change is made. So that, as everybody's commented, that becomes very attractive. We'd very much like to do that. A question for Dr. Bornstein: comparatively across California, looking at all the utility districts, how many other utility districts, large or small, have a model similar to what we're proposing going to?
Nobody has a model as that balance that you're proposing, but nobody else has fixed costs as nearly a high share as you have, because basically you're in a very unusual situation. A lot of the munis have fixed charges. SMUDS is now $22 a month. I forget what the others are. SMUDS has been one of the leaders on this, and with very much the same idea. And the munis also tend to have much lower volumetric prices than the IOUs. Now that's partially because they made some of them made a whole bunch of money during the California electricity crisis, LADWP, and they've been able to pay off a lot of their debt. So, this would bring the prices sort of in line with other munis, though lower than IOUs.
Is there, so for any district that's done anything even similar, is there anything we can learn in terms of, trying to anticipate unexpected issues so that we can really shorten our time to roll into a decision like this and enact it?
I don't think any utility has done it in this direction. What SMUD has done is they've raised their fixed charge rather than raising their volumetric. So they haven't started from a high volumetric and then lowered it substantially, which is what you would be doing. But I will ask around and see if I can learn more.
Great, thank you.
But if we have the opportunity to set an example and prove that it works. And in our particular case, we have this problem that we can't artificially make propane charges higher. That's unfair to the propane customers. We've decided we're going to raise more money from that. As a public entity, we've charged our actual costs. So, and I think the real problem is the fact that we've said, here's electricity, it's so expensive, you probably wish you could use instead of propane, but we're going to price it and make sure you don't. That's where we are. That's where we are right now, and it's just a lose-lose situation.
Peter, did you have your hand up, or were you doing something?
No, I was just scratching what's left on my head.
Okay, well, Severin, thanks so much.
Happy to join you. Thanks for inviting me.
Extremely helpful.
Yeah, very
Thank you
helpful.
very much.
Good luck, and let me know if you'd like me to join again.
Thank you, Severin.
Okay,
Thank you.
take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, it is now 11 o'clock. we have two other significant items on this, one related to energy and one related to the driveways. What's your pleasure? I have a feeling we should probably resume this discussion either at a special meeting or next month. But board, I'm wondering what your thoughts are. Bob, why don't we start with you?
Well, we have spent a lot of time figuring out the answers to the, analyzing the questions from the last board meeting. I would strongly prefer to show you what the results are.
Okay, so we'll push on then.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, then what we're going to do then, I think, is we'll push on this one, and then I think everybody deserves another break before we tackle the items F and G. Go ahead. So this now has to do with the policy questions, right, Bob? That we've.
That's right.
Eric or Bob, do you want to take the lead on this?
Eric, what's your pleasure?
I can start with mine, or you can start with yours. It's either one's fine with me. I think that mine's a little bit simpler and yours is a little more tied into severance, since that's fresh. If you want to go that way, I'm fine with that too.
Let's start with the first one, which is the question of, so the entire theory of change here is that we want to say your average usage over the last 3 years was typical, and we're going to recover our costs based on that. Usage beyond this is going to be at just our incremental cost. So that's the goal, as Severin discussed. But the question came up at the last meeting, well, what happens when a building is sold or when a new building is built and we don't have 3 years worth of history? So what Eric is going to go through first is the specific analysis we've done. Because we have data, we pulled out all of the home changes over the last 8 years so we could analyze and say what would have happened if. So I'll turn it over to Eric to just present what we learned from that and a suggested recommended approach.
Sure. So there were 3 things bandied about. The first was, and I'll go back up a step. The first was, what if we did a fixed cost based, based on their type of usage? I forget who made the comment earlier, but should a smaller home or a condominium pay less than a larger home, et cetera? So we went ahead and broke up our residents into 3 categories: high density, which means there's at least 8 units per building; low density, which is 3 to 7 units per building; and single family means there's 1 to 2 units per building, which covers duplexes, of which we have quite a few. And what that revealed was that the high density, their average is about 0.8 EDUs per unit. Low density is 1.1 and single family is 1.4. So then we also looked at what if we use the previous owner data and compared that to the new owner data. So again, we had 270 property transfers. Of that, 121, we had 3 years worth of data. So we were actually able to look at what would have happened if we did this 3 years ago. And so that's what this table shows. And then the twist on the previous owners: what if we put a cap at 2 EDUs? Someone's buying into a high usage unit, and what if we put a cap in? So we analyzed those 2 things. What the fixed model revealed is there's some really high variability, and ostensibly there's some, in the gambling parlance, the casino parlance, there's some whales that use a lot more than the majority of the other people. So you see a huge amount of over allocation in that. But if you look at the previous owner data, with or without a cap, there's ostensibly no difference between those 2. So I'm just going to talk about the without a cap, because I think the cap's very hard to justify. But if you look at those over the last 3 years, those 121 customers, 72% would have seen anywhere between a negative 0.4 and a 0.4 variation in their EDU versus what they actually use versus what the previous owner used, which is really small. They're really in that sweet spot. 31% would see no change, and 57% would be in the 0.2 to negative 0.2 EDUs. So what I think this data shows is that prior owner usage is generally, to the tune of 72%, a pretty darn good indicator of what the new owners will do. Obviously, there's outliers, but this is not a this isn't a bell curve. This is a spike. So anyway, so that's Bertrand has his hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to have a few questions on this model, which I think is an interesting exercise. So the first question I have is what you showed last Wednesday had very different number. We had only 12% between as no change, and it was 31% at 0.2202. So what is different? So you have this higher number today.
There was an error in the data that was reported out. This is the correct data.
Okay, so that's my first question. Second the point I would make is 0.4 is not a percentage, it's actually 40%. It just want to make, it's actually a huge change. So
it's not 40%. That's not correct, Bertrand. Your math is off on that. You're assuming everybody's at 1 EDU. That's not true. 0.4 could be significantly less than 40%.
Anyway, it's 0.4 EDU change, and that corresponding to the average EDU of 1, it would be a 40% change. So basically what I want to say here, I think that's a drastic change. So if because the previous owner was consuming 0.4 more EDU, I don't think I should be subjected to the same thing. I'm more comfortable with the 0.2, which is 57% in the map that you have now. So almost a little more than half the case are within 0.2. That means almost half are actually above 0.2. So I believe the best predictor is not the previous owner, is how many days you spend in your house for the consumption. And that's actually a very hard thing to parameter because things change in lives and stuff like that. And that's why I think we need to have a mechanism where this should be, that's why I'm not for the fixed rate. I'm setting up in a fixed way the EDU for a long period of time because I think it discourages conservation.
Well, let me make sure. Let me make sure. Sorry.
I was just going to ask Bertrand if he.
I was finishing my sentence. That's it.
Okay, no, I was just asking Bertrand or confirming with Eric that the previous owner's use would be for the first year, and after that, it rolls into the new owner's use over 3 years, right? Yeah, so every year there's a new averaging?
That's correct. What we're proposing is that the first year would be the previous owner, and then you would roll to the second year, which would be the average of 2 years, the previous owner plus the new owner first year. And then the third, the second year you would roll to the previous owner plus 2 years of the new owner. And then the third year you would roll to 3 years of the new owner. And at that time you would fix their EDU.
Which I could support that, but I think it should be for not just a new owner, it should be for everyone because things change. People are going to change their consumptions based on this new cheaper kilowatt hour. I don't think
we're getting ahead. That's covered later, Bertrand. So I'd really like to stay focused and maybe,
I can wait.
But that is covered, and that's a good point. And we did think about that, but if you could just hold that thought till we get to it. Hopefully you've read it by your comment, I'm sure. But we definitely do address how that can happen. Bob and I give a lot of thought to that, and we'll get to that. But
yeah, the main point here is we need a starting point. The first month they move in, what's the EDU, and then it gradually merges into what their actual usage is. And the encouraging thing about this data is it's a reasonable way to start. The other way to start would have been to say, let's assume they're the average for that property type. And that is a much worse model. That's what we've learned is there's nothing perfect, but starting from the previous owners and then rolling into the new owner's experience seems to be a reasonable way of doing it. There is no great way of doing it.
Yeah, and no one suggested or given us any ideas of another way to do it that's better than this. This is the one that really is the most predictive. It's fine to cast stones at it, but I don't hear any suggestions, unfortunately. So, so anyway, so that's where we sat on that. So I want to get to the next. I might actually just go ahead and jump for, well, it's actually on the next page, very next topic. So hopefully Bertrand read this. This is what you're talking about. So for existing customers, how do we do that? So we would, in our ordinance or regulations, make accommodation for owners that want to switch from propane to electric appliances or add EV charging to their homes. And then so, you know, current owners would be offered accommodation for, you know, if they did it previously too. So we would find a way to address with, you know, even if done by current owners. So we do have a way, if they want to do that and they can demonstrate they've done those things, switching from propane or installing EV, that we would be able to encourage them to do so without having basically any penalty. This goes to Doug's valid point at finance. Well, I'm just, you know, I know people, they're just going to wait 3 years and not do any switch. Well, this gives them incentive. No, go ahead and switch now. We're not going to count it against you. So we do have a way of encouraging that. So hopefully that, I think that addresses what you were talking about, Bertrand, is that we do find a way of accommodating for that.
Yeah, I'd like to, this is actually a discount, and I think we should contemplate rebates as well. It's a one-shot thing, it's simpler to implement. So I don't know, I mean, yes, something
I
needs
like
to be
rebate,
done.
Bertrand.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree with you, but
Yeah.
that comes in our next topic. And I'm totally on board with you that yes, that's one of our energy efficiency programs we should consider, is just like the low flush toilet. Absolutely agree. But yeah, I didn't include it here because it had its own topic all by itself. So if that's okay, I'd hold it to that, but just know that I agree. And I think that's probably the consensus too. And then finally, new construction. Again, we don't have any better way at this point, and I would welcome any suggestions, but you know, we've been talking about this for 6 months and I've yet to hear a better suggestion. New construction, we would go ahead and use the fixed cost averages that I discussed above, because we have no better way of knowing. Commercial would continue to be its current method, which is anticipated use calculations, you know, size of the power drop they have, size of the meter, et cetera, and similar facilities. Compare restaurants to restaurants, gas stations to gas station, hotels to hotels. And I would recommend we can stay with that for commercial, and for new construction, we use the fixed numbers I mentioned before, the 0.8, 1.1, and 1.4.
And they would also over 3 years evolve into what their true one is.
Exactly correct. I've lost my participants list. Is anyone raising their hand, by the way? I'm sorry. Apologize.
Let me look.
Okay, I just got it back. There it is.
I don't see any.
So any questions on either, you know, accounting for propane and EV switching and new construction on EDUs?
I don't have any question on those items, no. Does anyone else, board or public?
Don't see any hands.
Okay.
I don't see waved hands generally, because even with gallery, I have 3 pages to tap through. So if you could use the function, I would see you better. Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay.
What I was going to say is, one thing that could possibly go into it is with the type of construction, you know, whether they're going with a propane water heater or propane central heat and so on, and that could instruct what might be a fair EDU.
Yeah, that's the anticipated usage calculations. That's exactly what we do. Correct. Okay, moving on to.
I have a question. Do we have enough data and variability within our install base to cover most situations? I would think so.
You know, my answer would be, you know, 80% yes, Bertrand. Where we don't, and I'll give you a great example of the 20% we don't, and maybe Brandy can, you know, chime in here. The new Tesla proposed charging station. That's something we didn't have experience with, and we've kicked that to our electrical engineer, and he's been able to identify the issues and potential demands associated with that. But what I was reminded of this morning is that what they're proposing is as much demand as Vail's most power consumptive lift. So it's a pretty big demand. So there's 20%, I would say, and I don't know, Brandy pushed back, but I would say that's, you know, there's some, we just kick it to our electrical engineer, And they also present, the developer would present their calculations, which, you know, our EE would review as well. So Brandy, anything you want to tag on to that?
No, I think that's fair. For unusual or out of scope things that we don't have currently in the valley, we would take their calculations, run it by our engineer, and come up with a good estimate. But Tesla's a good example of that.
Okay, Bob, anything you want to tag on to EDUs on that at this point? I mean, I think we're looking for direction from the board because this was what will go in the rate study.
No, this is it. With this, we have every aspect of what we've proposed under a model, and we would add it to the rate study so we could hold a public hearing next month, and it would be a complete picture, and we could send customers what the actual change would mean for them. Whereas right now, all we have are our estimates.
Board members, what are your thoughts on that? John, maybe I start with you.
Yeah, I mean, we've already been through this a number of times as part of the finance committee, and I think it's a fair proposal. I do think it's going to be a challenge to communicate properly. Having the calculation based on usage and then fixed not based on usage in the future. On the other hand, if you don't do that, then you don't create the incentives that we want to create with this rate change. So I think it's good work. I think we should move forward. Just be careful on how we communicate and try to be as clear as possible.
Peter, any thoughts?
It seems like a reasonable approach if you're going to do a rate change.
Bertrand, further thoughts?
I think we need to do a rate change. The question is, how far do we need to go? And how much do we need to try to anticipate issues? And that's where I'm at holding place here is I'm not comfortable that we have actually anticipated all the issue related to that. So I would be totally comfortable, for example, having an immediate raise to the base fee to $50 or right away, so we can take the time to assess all the impact, including on the distribution and the potential need of having a time of use to make sure that people don't, all the cars get charged at the same time, that we need to provide electricity to the ski lifts, things like that. So I don't think we are yet at the place where we should go to the public now.
Okay, in that vein, Eric or Brandy, yeah, we can go to what, to 9 or 9.5 megawatts of peak demand on our line. Is that right? Something like that. We've got 10 megawatts theoretically, but
Yes, we can.
And right now our peak demand has been
Less than 4?
Under 4, 3.5 or so.
Yes.
Well, that's for the access to the grid, but it's also the distribution in the valley that need to be considered.
Good point. And has that been evaluated at all? I mean, what our distribution system can take?
It was part of the out valley, and we should be able to distribute as much as the out valley is capable of bringing in.
Okay.
Eric, adding a million kilowatt hours of peak demand is well within the capability of the system as long as the out valley is open. What would happen is if we were on generators, we'd then be hitting the limit, and we would be if we're on generators during a ski day, we might have to curtail the charging unless we put in storage, in which case we could build up the extra capacity at night and operate. So I don't see a 1 million kilowatt hours showing up overnight. As it goes, we would either have to curtail some demand, which would be the charging, if the out valley is out, or we would have the storage put in. I would love to see storage be part of this because it gives us all sorts of other reliability capabilities, but I don't see that as a showstopper.
Well, referring to our conversation earlier, when we just looked at budget assumptions and we're assuming right now no growth. I mean, so, to be worried at the other end too is interesting. Bob, do you have anything more to say that you'd like to say?
There's one other topic on this, and that's cash that we'd like to cover briefly.
You want to cover that before we see whether the board wants to proceed with these particular policies?
I think it's an important part of the equation.
Okay, please go ahead then.
Okay, so my original reason for great fear on our current stuff is that we have to meet certain ratios and we have to meet our debt service payments. We have to do everything we can to make sure that our revenues are enough to cover our debt. That's our obligation individually as the board and our obligation to Russ. There is a huge risk currently with 95% of our revenue being based on the usage rate. So the idea behind having our fixed costs be covered, and by the way we manage that currently, and the idea we came up with is that rather than having the rates be high enough to cover shortfalls, the rates match the expected, and we have used up to $600,000 in property taxes to cover up a poor snow year, which is what happened in 2014. If I have my, I'd have to double check my numbers to make sure I have the year right. By moving to having our fixed costs be covered by our fixed usage, our only risk then is the $900,000 in usage. So a big drop off in usage, just so for example, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. A big drop off in usage might be, losing 25% of that. Well, losing 25% would only require $250,000 of property taxes compared to 600,000. So what this change does is it really limits the need for property taxes to around $250,000, even in adverse situations. And so that's a huge cash benefit, particularly when we look at obligating property taxes to use for the construction of the wastewater treatment improvements. Without this, we run the risk of not being able to, in an off year, and it doesn't have to be COVID, it just might be low snow. In an off year, we can't make things work. So this gives us the cash security to cover our debt with a minimum demand on property taxes. The second thing that we looked at is what happens with debt service. If you go to the next page, when we designed this, we deliberately put in some amount of debt that we could either roll over or pay down partially as a way of getting to a lower base rate. So looking at the debt that comes due over this next 10-year time period, there's $7-8 million worth, of which we could pay down a fair amount of that from our cash. Now, the other thing I want to emphasize is we're required to have revenues be 105% of expenses. So 5% of $4.7 million happens in cash every year as required. We cannot spend that cash. If we did, that would be an expense and we'd have to have revenues higher. The only use for that cash is either as a balance sheet hedge for when we need it, or to use it for paying down the principal amount. So in future board discussions, the cash accumulation would be eligible to do some debt reduction, which would result in our ability to lower the base rate from the proposed $130 down. My estimate is over the next 7 years, somewhere between 5 and 10% of that base rate could be lowered by reducing debt expense. So that's the analysis I wanted to present.
Yeah. Well, thanks. So my thoughts. See, I've always gone from the beginning. The beginning of this is to do what Bob has just talked about. So I picture a two bubble Venn diagram, you know, with a significant overlap, but it's not a complete overlap. But I've always started from the beginning on this with the bubble that has to do with making sure that we can meet our debt obligations, even if there's a pandemic, even if there's a major drought, even if there is some occurrence that we can't predict, we can still meet our debt obligations. So that's where I started from. And then the other bubble is the environmental opportunities. And there what I see is the ability to, or the ability for homeowners, when they want to replace appliances, they would have the option economically to go to electric if they wanted to. They don't have to, but they would have the option to do that. But the other thing is, it's very easy to add a penny or whatever it is per kilowatt hour to 14 cents, where it's not easy at all to do that to 66 cents. And so we could be 100% renewable. So when I think of this very simply, I guess, is to say we can meet our debt obligations, we can go 100% renewable, and for most customers, there's no annual change to their cost, then I have to sort of ask myself, what's wrong with this? Because I'm not sure that there is anything wrong with it. The only thing that I'm concerned about in what was just presented, and I was the one who suggested a 2.0 cap, is I am concerned about the outliers who might have a very big, might be buying a house from a very large user. And in fact, and I know it's only a handful, it's only a few people that are in that range, but I'm concerned about those few people who have a 1.9 or 2.2 or 2.3 over allocation of cost for that first year. I mean, that's a lot of money. Anyway, those are my thoughts. So I think that what Eric is looking for and the finance committee is looking for, so the finance committee is recommending we adopt the policies as presented by Eric, including the the middle column of the
Yes.
Over and under allocation comparison.
Yeah, that's the recommendation of the finance committee.
Okay.
And this will let us build the rate study, which will be presented at the next board meeting.
Okay. Now let me just ask this question, because several people have talked about phasing in. By adopting this, does it still leave the possibility, I'm not saying I would support it, but the possibility of saying this is our desired end state, and we'll still leave the possibility of choosing to phase it in over a period of time?
Sure.
Yeah, it's possible. The one thing I would say, and I go back to the original ones we presented, the original scenarios we presented, and Bob stated it over and over again. Hopefully people have been listening. There's very little change to most customers' bills for immediate implementation.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what
can I just add something
by accomplishing that, but except for poor Kelly having to implement this, that would be the only downside.
It's that I'm okay with, but I just like to add that in 2020 we were relieved of our obligation to meet tier ratios, but had we been obligated to meet tier ratios in 2020, we would have had to obligate $675,000 of property tax revenues, granted between 2 fiscal years, but still, I mean, that's $675,000 of property tax revenues that could have gone to other departments that needed it. So I just want to make everybody aware that it's important for us to make sure that we meet these tier ratios. And if we can do that without having to obligate property tax revenues is a big thing. And I think that the switching to a rate structure that covers our fixed costs without having to obligate property tax revenues is a big thing. It's really a big thing, and it makes us as a district more financially whole to be able to cover our obligations to Russ, our covenants to Russ, as well as being able to improve our infrastructure. So it's really a big thing. I really think that this switch to a rate structure where we cover our fixed costs without having to obligate property tax revenues is a big thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Now, my comment on the phasing, it is just to respect the people's opinions on that. And I just was wondering if it would close that option out. And what I'm hearing is not necessarily. It could, those who feel strongly about that could still have an opportunity to make their case on that. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion then that we adopt the policies for the electric rate policies for the purposes of the electric rate study, for the rules for defining EDUs associated with calculation period, property transfers, using the middle column, previous owner 0.5 minimum, versus rolling 3-year average, that column, and the over and under allocation comparison. The policy associated with people who may convert from propane to EV charging and other significant electric appliances, as well as the new construction. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendation of the Finance Committee?
Motion. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
Motion to adopt.
And I second.
Okay. May we have roll call vote, Peter?
Sure. Rickert?
Aye.
Epstein?
Aye.
Perot?
Well, as I say, I think there is too really loose end that I can actually accept what we have now. I mean, thinking about the current solar customer, I'm thinking about the fact that we have not looked at time of use and impact of increase. I mean, I just don't feel we are ready to move on this. So
is that a no?
It's a no.
Okay. Schroeder?
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. It's 4-1. The motion passes.
Okay. Okay, and I do think there's still room for a discussion like that, Bertrand. I do think this is just to get to a public hearing and hear what the public has to say in general, getting comments and so on. Okay, it is now 11:36. I would suggest we take a 9-minute break to 11:45. Is that okay with everybody?
Could we just power through the next one since we're on electric?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No pun intended, but
okay.
Just Bertrand and I, it's fresh on our minds from planning, and I think Peter too. I'd just like to continue if that's
onward,
okay.
Onward.
What a sadist.
No
Well,
kidding. Well, this is he learned that doing his little thing. Okay.
You know, start a meeting on time and end it on time. The old Rotary motto. Just want to go over this briefly. We've talked about this at planning, and Bertrand and Patrick, please chime in as we go through. There's some requirements on public benefits and energy efficiency programs that the district's required to participate in. Although there is no enforcement action, it's good policy for us to do so. And so this topic was brought up, and we reached out to district council that does all of our electric legal work, and basically got a pretty detailed analysis, and I'll try to summarize, and Bertrand can delve into some of the more nuances, but basically we need to collect 2.85% of our electric usage. So this would be our, if this rate study goes through, it would be, 2.85% of our usage rate. I don't think that anyone from planning is suggesting adding 2.85 to what we're currently charging, but we do need to account for it and start setting it aside. It can be used for a variety of different things. In terms of energy efficiency, it could be used to improve deficient, line losses in our system. It could be used for, appliance replacement, which we talked about previously in the last topic. It could be used for low-income residents. That's terribly difficult for us to implement. We're just not big enough and don't have the bandwidth to do that ourselves. We would have to hire someone out. But I think there's better, pretty good uses, things we could do to create energy efficiency and public benefit through improvements to the system as a whole. And again, to Bertrand's point about, discounts versus rebates, I think that's addressed when we talk about the rebate program as well, which I think there was some consensus from planning on. Bottom line is, as we go through the rate study, assuming the board concurs, what I would like to do is, as we go in, just identify what 2.85% would mean in the rate study of what we would set aside based on our rate study per year, just so people can see that we are collecting the public benefit percentage as required. And so I would suggest that staff be directed to include that as part of the rate study, just so we've covered this base fully. So with that, Bertrand, I without diving into all the nuances, but I'm sure there's stuff maybe you or Patrick want to add, because you guys spent a ton of time, which I appreciate, helping out on this.
Well, actually, it's a good summary. I think I'm glad we got clarity now from our legal counsel on that, and I think it's important for the district to be a good steward in that area. So I think that was a good summary.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, you summarized it very well. I'll just emphasize the 3 points. One is it should be created and put into the overall rate change that we're looking at, and not do something separate or afterwards. It should be all interwoven. Mm-hmm. It should be set up as a separate reserve fund. And I think it would help us meet the obligations of state regulations. So I think it's all a good thing, as long as we package it with the bigger rate structuring effort.
Eric, I have a question, or Bertrand or Pat, and that is that I think there was someplace in here that says that meeting the renewable requirements may be an eligible use of these funds. Is that true?
That is correct. So just to give you an idea, and Bob, I'll let him chime in here too, because he helped me with the calculation. Actually, he did the calculation. He didn't help me. He just figured it out for me. But if, at our proposed, where we're heading with the rate study, with the proposed rate study, our current tier 1 bucket purchases would satisfy our 2.85% immediately.
If we chose to do it that way.
If we chose to do it that way, but we have other options. And Bob had a really, really good suggestion as well, which was using it for infrastructure improvements to increase energy efficiency of our distribution system. So there's really 2 good low-hanging fruit that I think that the board could consider.
I have a comment on that. I agree on the second one. I think definitively any operation that we can do to improve efficiency should be looked at, and would be a good candidate for this kind of fund. But I do object to the concept of basically we have this requirement from SB 350 to purchase REC, and I don't think that would, in my opinion, should be part of this public good thing. I think it's commingling 2 different requirements in one, and I don't think that flies.
Okay, Thanks.
I don't see any problem at all. And first of all, I'm grateful that this issue has been raised and we've identified a path to move forward. I agree with Patrick. What we would do is make sure that this is part of the rate study and it's calculated, included in the usage rate. And the optimal use of funds would be subject to a future board discussion. My bias would be things that benefit all the ratepayers and not stuff that would only benefits one household, because one household using less electricity doesn't help everybody else. It helps that household. But on the other hand, I think there are opportunities where we can reduce line losses, and that then lowers the cost for everybody. But I think we'll find those opportunities. I just don't want the pressure to have to figure out what the best ones are by next month. But definitely putting the money aside is the right way to go as a starting point. So I appreciate the efforts you planning has put into this. I think it's terrific.
So do we need a motion then to do this, or just a direction to you, Eric?
I've heard consensus, but I'm happy with the motion, but my intent, and Bob and I've already talked about this, is to incorporate this and identify it within the rate study itself to show we're doing it. But it'll be embedded within the existing rate structure, not an addition.
I'm happy to make a motion on that and to actually ask that energy efficient, the requirement of this SB 1057 law would be taken in consideration when we do this electrical rate study.
Okay, that's a motion. It's 1037, right?
It's multiple.
Multiple sevens. Okay.
If you go back, it goes back to AB 1890, then AB 1995, then 1037, and yeah.
Got it. Okay. So there's a motion to give staff this direction to incorporate in the rate hearing. Is there a second? I'll second that motion. Rickert seconds. Peter, roll call.
Rickert?
Aye.
Epstein?
Aye.
Perot?
Aye.
Schroeder?
Aye.
Norbert, aye. It's unanimous.
Okay. Now, question, everybody. Power through or take a little bit of a break?
Power through with incredible efficiency, just like our electricity.
All right, guys.
So no
and gals.
And gals, I'm sorry. Well, guys, gals, we're all here.
People.
Okay. Let's see. So we're now moving on to item G, snow removal contract policy, pages 212, 215 of our board packet. I guess, Eric, you've got the lead.
Well, let's get this to the okay, I don't even know where to begin on this. So couple meetings, that's an understatement. My life has been devoted to snow removal, as has Bob's, and more lately Bertrand. So really what is coming out is moving forward here so I can start doing budget calculations. There's some questions that just need to be answered. And once I have those answers, I can proceed forward. And I'll probably start with the low hanging fruit. Last meeting, the board approved to integrate a 29% calibration into the calculations. The question becomes, how much of that 29% calibration is assigned to HOAs and how much is assigned to, go ahead, Bertrand.
What can I just, before, I'm wondering, I still don't quite understand what 29% calibration means.
It had to do with the videos we took.
Yeah.
So we videoed our tracklesses in the contracts that have driveways, except for Eastman.
Right.
And so basically, what, as I understand it, and Bob or Bertrand can weigh in, is the 29% is what they're saying is misreported for the trackless.
Between the driveways and those HOAs.
So the trackless did the video thing. The trackless did is it videoed if a trackless did driveways only and the travel time. That's what the video showed.
And this, so the 29% is Bertrand?
Let Bertrand.
Let me explain. So we did a video test to assert basically the GPS data that we had. And we have, in average, across the 3 HOA that have driveways, which are individually contracted because in East Meadow, the study was not done. We basically 29% of the time spent on driveway was underreported by the GPS. Okay, so what we are proposing here, what we did propose and actually voted last time, was that we are going to change the report server so it calibrate the driveway time by a factor of 1.29. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
It's 856 or whatever it is. Yeah.
Okay, that explains it.
That's
Thank
the
you.
first step. And that's basically the difficulty being that some driveways are very small, there are some misses, and on and on. Okay, I'm not going to reopen that.
Okay.
Then the next step of this, the next part of this, the other shoes, if you want, of this video testing, it's how much time we'll actually spend to access the driveway. So the calibration is not actually going to HOA or to driveway. It's just we are calibrating the reported time, and that means all that time moved from the HOA to the driveway pool, 100%. This is how much time we did spend to actually service the driveway after calibration. Then we use that number to assess the transit time based on these 6 tests that have been done, 2 in each of HOA of Juniper Ridge, Palisade. And so I think that the question is mute. I mean, the calibration is a de facto applied to the GPS reporting. So we actually move sufficient time from the HOA, which you are used to pay for basically the missed driveway, to the driveway pool.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Eric?
Yes, it does, Bertrand. Thank you.
Mine too, because I was confused about that. So I had that wrong. So,
So you start by the calibration, then you compute the transit time, and then after that transit time is shared between HOA and driveways. That could be discussed. We come up with 0.6 as an approximation last time, and that's what I thought we are going for. And that time is also moved from the HOA to the driveway pool, 100%.
yes. Okay. So just, and I had the question for Bob. Did that 29% make it into the report server reprogramming yet?
No, there hasn't been any reprogramming.
Okay.
As near as I can tell, we haven't approved anything.
No. We did approve last time, actually.
Okay, we approved one thing. So, okay, so I've got a handle on that and just set that aside for a moment. The second thing then is the transit time between driveways. We also have that number for the respective HOAs based on the videoing. Staff says that is generally 10 to 20% of the time that a trackless will not do anything else, but just will travel between driveways. So we need to, so since we have the numbers, the minutes, the question is what percent of time does the board want to assign to the travel time between the driveways and the HOAs? That question must be answered before analysis can be completed.
I agree. So last time what we discussed was 60% to account for the time, the few times that basically the driveway were handled by themselves. It clearly, otherwise we could do 50-50, but I think it would be a fairer assessment, 60-40. But
yeah, again, that staff says 10 to 20, so it's really,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
50, let's say if it's on always, okay, if it's always share transit time between HOA and driveway, then the transit time should be divided equally 50-50. That makes sense to you?
So it basically is it, Bertrand, is it would it was it, is that percentage, the 50-50 or 40-60, whatever, applied to the 20?
50-50 would be if there is always
Right, no, I understand.
everything of both.
Okay,
Now we are saying it actually we are 10-20% of the time we only service driveway. That's why, I mean, I don't think we should be too minute about that I just want to stay polite here. But I don't know if it's an exact number. It's just doesn't have such a big impact on the thing. So 60% would be 10% more than the 50-50. That's basically what I did with your 10-20%. That makes sense, Eric? You understand now?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I disagree, because if
okay, go ahead.
the trackless is going between Eric and the Goldberg's driveway and it is plowing the side of the road, why should the driveways play for the side of the road being plowed? It's not you call it transit time. It's not transit time. It's snow removal time if they're plowing the side of the road. So I disagree that driveways should share in that.
Okay, let's just rephrase that. So you are saying basically all the access to the driveway should not be charged to the driveway owner?
If they were just driving to a driveway, I would agree that it should be charged to a driveway owner. But they are performing snow removal between those driveways. They are not just driving anywhere.
Okay, I can tell you in the neck of my neck of the wood, I see often the driveway, my operator going from driveways to driveways and actually using different machines for the thing. So I don't, in this case, I don't believe you're 10-20%.
I'm going to believe Dave and Joe, who's been doing it for 2 decades. I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Your mileage may vary.
So basically what you are saying is the driveway owner can benefit from the HOA. Yeah, I did agree with that. Yeah. I think it's basically the time spent accessing the driveway, which computed now, should be shared between the driveways and the HOA. That's my position. So now, other board member, what do you think?
Well, I could tell you that I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, I respect the staff's comments. I respect your comments. I was just looking to see if Ray Charo was still on. I don't see that she's on anymore, to see what her perspective might be. I don't know. I mean, let me just say that it makes sense to me that if a plow is plowing this is what I always thought was transit time was just between driveways without doing any work on the roads. And so what you're suggesting, Bertrand, is that if they're working on the road and they hit driveways as well, then that motion on the road is only 50% the cost.
Well, the transit time, I just don't know why we will have computed the transit time if that is thinking, with Eric thinking. So if I think we clearly, there is time that is spent to access the driveways in between driveways. I mean, I see it every storm that they are not using the same machine for the road and the driveways. That's at least
So,
what they make. Yeah.
Okay, so can I just ask what Bob, there are 2 board members here who are in HOAs with the driveways, Bertrand and Bob. I mean, Bob, what's your thought on this?
I think we should make the trackless all electric.
Thank you. That's so nice. It's so helpful.
No, I've been so focused on electric, I haven't looked at this for a while. But in the situation with both Palisades and Juniper Ridge, I think they'll just assign it out across accounts, and they're not going to spend a lot of time on this particular issue. So
Yeah.
I think it's really hard to do KMA without knowing this because of all the mixed use. But for the other 2, it probably doesn't much matter.
No, but Bob, what I'm wondering though is, do you think that when a machine is moving between driveways and removing snow from the road itself, do you think that movement time should be split between driveways and the road, or is that just the road?
Well, I personally think it's just the road, but we have the staff that have been doing this for years. And I think their opinion matters. If they're, if they're servicing everything at once, then I don't know why too much of it should be extra amount should be assigned to the driveway.
And just to be clear, if the board sticks with its September 2020 vote, this is just the data we're going to provide to HOAs. It in no way impacts the district any longer. We would just provide the information to the HOAs so they can assign it how they see fit. Both Juniper Ridge and Palisades have indicated they're just going to do a flat fee per lot, and they won't use this data. So, we're going down the path of doing something that's, a lot of work for, nothing.
But for KMA, that it's a really tough issue for them. So I want to do whatever we can to help them.
Agreed.
Well, for KMA, I would just like to know what KMA wants to do. I mean, because it's just KMA. So
I don't know if there is a board member. I know Ray was there at the beginning, but I don't think she's here anymore.
Well, in my experience with 40 years with snow removal, one of the things you train the driver to do is to not go from one point to another without having your blade on the pavement.
And so, Peter,
what I've witnessed is that the most efficient way, and I think we should allow the operators some judgment in efficiency. What they do is when they go from one side to the other, they work on the berm that the main plow has left on the side of the road. When they go from one driveway to another, the majority of the time, that's what I've observed, and I look out the window a lot.
Yeah, well, Peter, so the question at hand, and you would have a good perspective on this, I think, is do you think that the time that the machine is working on that berm, but also stopping in at driveways, you think that the time between the driveways working on the berm, that time should be split evenly between the driveways and the road and the HOA?
Yes, I do.
So you're basically suggesting that Bertrand has a good thought on that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if Bertrand and Peter both think that's the case, then that'd be fine by me.
Yeah, I have no reason to argue with the two of them.
I mean,
I'd go for it.
I mean, I believe the staff in the 10 to 20 of moving without touching the road. But if the two board members who are part of the KMA, because the KMA one is the different one for sure.
Right.
That's what I've seen. As I said,
Then that's fine by me.
Guys, could I weigh in? We're up on Dangberg, and so what we do not have a driveway, and so we use the carve outs, the parking pads, and what I observe, and I suppose I also spend a lot of time looking out the window, and not necessarily skiing, is that it's a big job, and so the widening of that berm. There's just a lot of space, and they really need to widen the road because particularly around the two main bends, that those are essentially blind bends, and there's quite an angle, and they can be slippery, and we've even had trouble getting up some of those bends. So the road work takes a lot of time, and all the residents benefit from that. Another thing that we noticed doesn't get done because they're spending so much time to widen the road on a heavy plow day is that they don't get to the parking pads. And we just make do with that, but that can be very difficult for all of us residents without a driveway or any private parking option. That the driveways always get done, but the parking pads, it's hit or miss if they can manage to get to it in that same day when the plowing needs to be done and the road needs to be concentrated on. So that's an unfortunate reality that those just often don't get touched. So it seems like an even split makes sense to Eric's question, and hopefully that extra information is helpful.
Thank you, Pamela.
So I guess if the idea is that even if the snow removal equipment is removing snow, that would be 50-50 with the driveway. That makes it simpler. Is it 100% for the driveway? Do we need to measure that then if they're not removing snow while they're on the way to the driveway?
Well, that's why we don't want to go too minute in these details. So I think half and half was a fair share, but
so that'd be no matter what, whether they remove. I think that I like that. I like that because
it's only going to impact KMA anyway, and that's what KMA wants. So
yeah, and I like it because it's simpler, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
That was one thing you needed, Eric. What else did you need?
Okay, so the 29%, when Bob gets some breathing room, that report server will add that. We'll basically do a 29% movement of minutes in those 3 HOAs.
Well, actually, I suggest you do it just for information for East Meadow as well, because it's probably the same. And it's just to it doesn't change anything on the billing, but so we have a sense of a more accurate driveway representation versus HOA. It should be the same for all 4 HOA.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem.
I'll leave that to East Meadows if they want that data or not. I'll reach out to them.
But, no, but it's just to make it simple for the report generator, so we don't have too many cases to handle. So we just do the change for everyone. Yeah.
Okay, Eric, what else do you need?
And then a decision on what we're going to do next year. Are we going to have private driveway contracts again, and how do we charge for that?
Okay,
that's a bigger topic.
Well, I've given this a ton of thought because it's. I mean, I talked to the Juniper Ridge people. I talked with I did not talk to Palisades people. Eric did. I talked with Ray Charles. And we've gotten the correspondence from KMA. So it's not my first choice, but I'm just going to suggest that what I would support, I mean, I could support, well, what I want to get to is the HOAs do the driveway administration. But at this point, as I said last month, I don't want to create a hostile situation. I don't want to, I mean, even though I think KMA probably has had the time to look into this as far as their CC&Rs and so on, for whatever reason, they haven't. So I would be okay with moving the driveway administration for Juniper Ridge and for Palisades to those HOAs and giving KMA one more year, as long as there's a reasonable administrative fee attached to that, to the driveways for administering those contracts.
So should it be actually attached to the driveway homeowners? If there is an administrative fee for the contract of the driveway, I think it should go to the driveway homeowner. It has nothing to do with the HOA.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah. Howard has a question.
I just wanted to say I attended the last KMA board meeting, and I'm now on the roads committee for the HOA, and I know I did talk to Ray Charles about this quite a bit, and we really would appreciate it very much to have at least another year, but probably we're just not really set up to administer this. And we don't have the staff, and we're a volunteer organization. And since it really requires, and I know it's a headache, but I think that charging some kind of an administrative fee to us and even to continue doing it that way going forward, I think we would strongly prefer that than having to do this ourselves, because we are not set up to do it. So, thank you.
Well, Howard, what I'm wondering is, you know, if we do no more driveway measurements, if basically, for existing driveways, if we basically say we've got enough data now, here are the calculated costs, or the HOA could do like Palisades is doing, or possibly Juniper Ridge is doing, which is just go to a much simpler system of one cost for all driveways, or 2 or 3 different costs. And then you just have whoever sends out your HOA invoices attach that to those residences. Then what is the difficulty for the HOA to administer that?
Okay, I will defer the I'll defer that to Ray to give you her perspective. I think you should hear that directly from her. And
well, that's what I think that the extra year will provide, is the opportunity
Yes.
to figure that out. But I really think, as I've said many times before, I really don't think the PUD should be in the business of individual contracts for driveways. That's my opinion. And it takes up significant staff time. Now, if we eliminate all measurement for driveways at this point, and no curation for driveways, and no, you know, the snow removal operators don't have to stop and note that there was a car in the driveway, so they had difficulty doing the driveway, or whatever it is that they've had to do. If we can get away with all that, then we all save a lot of money. And we just use the data that we have, the curated data that we have, and give the information. So anyway, I would be okay with it. I'm not real happy about it, but I'm okay with it, as long as there's something to help cover the cost of the KMPUD's costs for administering for this 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can see why it would be difficult for KMA to put this together, with being a large homeowners association and having, you know, CCR limitations and things like that. But I do also think we have to reduce the cost. The snow removal costs have just gone up dramatically over the last, 3 to 5 years. So I kind of agree with Eric Rickert that if we can reduce the administrative fees, and the measurement and curation, and then have the driveways who are beneficiaries of that administration bear the cost of that, I think then it would be, an acceptable thing to move forward with.
Peter, Bob, any suggestions on this?
Yeah, I concur with what John just said.
Bob, any thoughts? Besides electric trackless machines?
No, I think I should just stick on that one point until, until
okay.
it happens. No, my only suggestion on reducing the operational costs is my impression, because we've automated generating everything for this next year. My impression is that not all the homeowners decide to pay on time or whatever else. I would just be hard-nosed and say, this is it, you pay by this time, or we're not going to follow up and we're not going to plow. I think a lot of time, and maybe this isn't the case, but doesn't Drew spend a lot of time trying to chase them down?
Yeah, no, you're spot on. So you're absolutely right. So I mean, I think what I heard from the board, and it'd probably be really good to have it as a motion, so staff has something to rest our hats on. But eliminate curation, eliminate testing, and charge the remaining, whoever that may be, remaining private driveway contracts, whatever associated costs there are, and implement what Bob just said. You would see some significant savings in snow removal costs.
Yeah, I second that, and I would definitively stop chasing people. If they have not paid by the due date, they are out. But just let them know in advance that they would not be grace period or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, they would see that with their August invoice, that there's a due date, and after this date, there's no,
It's drop dead.
Well, okay, so
If
I'm gonna, Rick's gonna kill me and he's in the next room, so it's very possible you'll see me get strangled all of a sudden. But
okay.
just having worked here for 4 years, I understand the board's sensitivities. And if I tell someone, no, I'm not gonna plow you because you didn't pay by August, they're gonna call their friend who's a board member and we're gonna make an exception. So I would say let's not make it hard and fast. What we should say is pay by this date, or we won't remind you, we won't do anything else, but if you want to come in later, there's an additional $500 charge or something like that. That I think might be something that we would not be coming back to the board 18 different times for.
That actually is a great idea, Eric.
Yeah, I love that.
I like that.
A fee like that.
Rick,
Yeah, there's a 50% surcharge.
Rick, you mad at me now?
No, I'm not mad at you. I totally agree. But
You're very smart, Rick. Very smart. Very well said.
it's so true. But East Meadow model really does reduce overall costs because, we don't necessarily have to touch every driveway. We're reducing our time spent in that area. So the big picture of it is, if you give the responsibility to the HOA, then they can tell us what to do and we can reduce the cost and not keep doing this over and over and over.
Well, my intention is still that this would be a 1-year period for give KMA the opportunity to work it out. So Eric, you described a motion. Was there further discussion? Are there other things you needed to know, Eric?
No, just if somebody made that motion with all those nuances, and if you like the $500 thing I threw out, then just, be sure and include that.
Well, what I'm going to say right now is that you'll come back with what you think is a reasonable administrative fee and a reasonable kind of late penalty.
Okay.
I don't know what those numbers are at this point.
10% late fee.
I don't think it's enough.
It's not enough.
Or 20%.
50.
Again, Eric, I think you need to come back to us with that.
Okay. So just put that in the motion to direct me to develop a.
Well, do you remember?
A late fee that people would notice.
Okay.
Yes, I can do that. And Eric, where would you like that brought back? Is that an ops or a finance?
That's an ops.
Okay. That good with you, Peter?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, so what we are making a motion for here is the 50-50 split on the transit. And a motion to shift the driveway administration for Juniper Ridge and Palisades to those two organizations, HOAs. Delay the shift on KMAs for a year, and that you'll come back with a reasonable administrative fee for the driveways and for a reasonable surcharge if they come in late. Does that cover
it? That does cover it. And I mean, if you were just to, look at my numbers, I know, Eric, you saw my first draft, but if you look at the numbers, I mean, it's about $400 per driveway if we're just talking KMA in terms of additional administration. So we would.
I think we should talk about that just if we. And we're going to implement what Bob talked about. So we'll just see where we can cut costs and then determine it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And Palisades and Juniper Ridge could choose to not implement it this year too. So they said they will, but just in case, it could be them too.
Okay. So. For any HOA that's not.
Any HOA, yeah, that's probably better.
Okay.
And also the fact that we would be reducing expenses by not having to do any more tests and tracking. I think it was our duty to do it because if we use a system, it has to be accurate. And as of today, I'm comfortable to say that this is accurate enough. It's not 100% accurate, but it's accurate enough. And we don't need to keep pursuing this effort.
So make that part of the motion too, Eric, that
Jess is going to kill me.
We will cease the measurements for driveways for the purpose of curation and testing and so on.
So just to restate, as I heard it, and please push back, the motion you're making is for staff to eliminate curation of data, eliminate testing, come up with an appropriate administrative and late fee for the remaining private dive rig contracts, wherever they might be, for the forthcoming year.
And this is for 1 year that the intention is still to shift the HOA contracts to every HOA for the next winter.
And add the 50-50 split
Yeah.
on the transit time. I
Right.
think that covers everything.
Right.
That's your so I heard
That's
it. Okay.
That's my motion.
Jess will be able to take that off mine, I hope. So hopefully that'll help her.
Okay. So there's a second to that motion.
Yeah, I'll second that, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, roll call, Peter.
Rickert,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Burnbrook, aye. It's unanimous.
Okay. Well, John, I think you can just about make your airplane.
Yeah, you got me on pins and needles here.
Yeah. If you need to leave, believe me, you don't need to stay for the standing committee reports and so on. Because that's where we are now. We're at the, thanks everybody, by the way, for that discussion.
All right. Well, I'm going to go get some sunshine in Hawaii. So thanks,
Okay.
everybody. This was a very productive meeting, and I really appreciate all the work that everybody put in on this. These are complex topics, and as a new board member, it's been enjoyable to be part of this.
Oh, thank you, John. That's great.
Which island?
Big Island.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Have
Should be
fun.
fun.
Soak up some sun. Thanks,
See you
John.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, John.
Standing committee reports, finance,
We covered everything from finance.
planning.
Planning. I try to find my agenda here, but I just don't see it. But I try by memories, and maybe Eric, you can fix me if I forget something. So I'm going to try to make it short because we did address a number of issues that we were looking at. But basically, we started with starting to look at the general manager goals. And one of the concerns that was expressed was the lack of environmental measure. And I know if I look at our mission, we mentioned in one section, if you go into details, saying that we need to be environmental, I don't forget the exact word, efficient, I'm not sure what it is. But I think in light of all the change that are happening around us, it is important to make sure that the goal of our general manager incorporates some environmental measurement here. And we have, so basically we wanted to get some feedback from the board before processing forward, just to make sure that the general policy and the mission statement, should we revise it to make sure that we have proper environmental stewardship here at KMPUD. And then from then, we could actually define some goal for the general manager. So that was step one. Then we discuss the legal requirement that the district has versus public good, and we just already discussed that, so I'm going to skip. And the next step was energy efficiency. So we clearly this is part of this electrical rate debate, and we are moving forward on that, and we'll get back with more at the next meeting. And then we finished by having Howard making a presentation on electrical charging, EV charging in the valley. And while some of us were modest and trying to see if the district should actually start having on one or multiple sites some public charging system, actually some other members thought we had to go bigger than that, and we would like to have some feedback from the board. It's part of this electrical rate switch indeed, since the rate is going to drop significantly. It makes electrical EV charging possible economically. It's also a good thing environmentally, since we are shifting fuel from gasoline or diesel to electricity, which has a much better, much lower GHG, greenhouse gas emission. And also the fact that the district is going to be required to move its fleet also toward electricity as well, is electrical for the car and pickups. So we really need to start to get the ball rolling on that. And again, we would like to have some feedback from the board on how aggressive this project should be. And I want to thank Howard to make an excellent presentation on that. And I'm sure I'm hoping he would be volunteering to do a similar presentation to the full board at some point.
Okay, so on that, so Eric, we should just discuss where there's going to be room on an agenda for that.
Yes.
For that discussion.
Yeah. So I think there's some more to flesh out at the planning committee, but it definitely needs to come to the full board. I mean, I'm just, so just to go back to electric really fast, I'm looking at my notes here. So if we bring the study for electric rate to the board, that's going to be on 5/8. That's the May meeting. That'll obviously be a long meeting. 45 days from that is 6/22. So I was going to recommend a special board meeting to see if we adopt the rates or not on 6/26. So the June meeting, aside from budget, and I don't want to put a time constraint on Howard, but the June meeting, the normal June meeting of the 12th might be a time for the presentation. And Brandy reminded me that this was gone over for about a full year of planning previously. So I'm going to pull up all those old documents and share those out as well. But I don't know, Howard, does June seem doable?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, well, so if the planning committee can get through whatever it needs to prepare the board for it, that's great.
Yeah,
we'll look
gives
at
us another month, 2 months of planning, Bertrand. I think that's achievable.
Okay.
Excuse me, I've got a cough. Okay, Bertrand. Thank you, Bertrand. Operations, Peter.
I don't have anything to add.
Communications, Bob.
The only other thing we're working on is the website. And also we did a test group of 16, 18 people on the communications on the rate study. So I feel like we have a very good handle on how to communicate it, at least better than we've ever done before.
May I ask, this is more of a communications thing, but maybe it's also in the rate study, just some typical illustrations of what happens month to month with the proposed rate structure?
Well, we could include showing them what it looks like on a monthly basis, as well as what the total
Yeah,
is.
I just think that from a communications perspective, that's going to be very important.
Yeah.
So, okay.
We could add that into the communications.
Thank you. Okay, personnel did not meet, but we're meeting on April 19th. We have a pretty good agenda. Okay. Anything on the summer festival? Is that Rick? Is Rick still here?
Yes, we're moving forward with the Kirkwood Virtual Summer Festival presentation, which will be on July 3rd between 5 and 6 p.m. And we actually need the community, the board's help with any stories about the fire department. The theme this year is to show our love for the volunteer fire departments and the community, of course. So if you have a story about the fire department and or if you have children or grandchildren that would like to do some type of artwork related to our fire department or about firefighters, send that information to Jess, and those pictures and stories will be implemented into the virtual video. And so we put some flyers up this weekend to try to capture some of the homeowners that are still around while the resort's open. And again, just contact Jess or info@kmp.com if you've got leads on who we can talk to get them part of our virtual event. And Just to remind everybody, our goal this year is to raise $100,000 toward the purchase of a brand new Type 1 fire truck to replace the engine that is 35 years old now, the engine 193. And that's the update for the virtual summer festival.
That's great. Thanks, Rick.
Yes, sure.
General discussion, anything else anybody wants to bring up for
Yeah,
future meetings or clarification?
The subject that preoccupy me is the tier ratios and how the cash generated, that how we handle that, and I'd like to have more clarity on that. I mean, clearly this is not a slush fund, but I just don't understand exactly how this past since 6 years, how it happened, and I'd like a bit more visibility and forecasting on the how we can that, and could it be used for maybe as a loan if need be, but can it be used for public good cards or stuff like that?
That'd be a good topic. So, Eric?
Well, look, I did my best at trying to address that. So if there are specific questions on the memo, please send them to me and we'll update the memo.
Okay.
For the tier ratio, Bob, or?
Well, I tried to do it for cash and I tried to make it conceptual enough that it didn't require an accounting degree to understand, but I clearly missed some things, so let me know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misinterpreted what Bertrand was after. I mean, it's just how do the tier ratios work? How are they calculated? And what cash does that additional 5% or whatever theoretically generate? That just more of a tutorial on the tier ratio business. That's what I thought Bertrand was asking for.
Yes.
Okay.
Absent even the rate change business, is just what's the tier ratio? How does that work?
Yeah,
So,
and we've sent him that. What I haven't sent him is the original loan obligations, which actually explains it all too. So I'll send that as well, the original loans, because that has all that info. The contract has all that information.
Okay. Okay.
The only thing I had, Eric, is just so you heard my timeline on electric. I'd like confirmation that we can do a special board meeting on 6/26 and thereby eliminating the July board meeting. That would be the final hearing on the rate study.
How does everybody feel about that? Are available on June 26th?
I haven't traveled in a year.
Do you think we'll be in person yet? I doubt it, huh?
Last I heard when I talked to Doc Johnson, is his speculation was December at best. And I don't know if he said anything new to you, Terry, but that's what he
said. Did you say
told.
December? Did you say?
December at best.
Oh, wow.
I haven't heard anything different.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, Saturday the 26th, we would set for a special meeting. Yes. Okay. Okay, everybody. It's a big meeting. Thanks for your participation and good spirits. And we are now adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.